Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is Sunday night. We are finally here. Fingers crossed, the Twitch gods have been appeased. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. Tonight we get to play Carousel Court, our Southern Gothic urban fantasy game, which is turning into a really great soap opera, and I'm here for all the dirt. And we will be having a trooper in a little bit, but for right now, why don't we go hop over to Pope and see how you're doing? How's life going for you?
Well, hey everybody, Pope here. Pope will build on these social medias. Here playing members of House Willem, and yeah, the house seems to be the second least murderous house in Carousel Court, despite the house's heritage. It's a strange thing. It's a strange and wondrous thing. Um,
Devils and demons don't want you to murder people. They want you to sell your soul.
Sale, strong word. Lend lease, lend lease. Um,
No, I thought they needed it on a quick claim deed.
uh, we again, as modern finances move forward, there's all sorts of fees that can be tacked on, and no, like, it's about the nickel and dime. Um, Especially as we move into the 80s, like we don't need 100% of the soul. We just need bits and pieces, and then we can service fees and other things to just nickel and dime. I mean, how else do you explain the 80s?
Cocaine.
But we're that explains Cats the musical. Um, Not necessarily all of the 80s. Portions, yes. Fashion, definitely. Um, Certain people's music and film careers, certainly. But everything, no. Um, but it's 1975. It's late 1975. And 75 was an excellent year for music, as a lot of things are on the radio over at the Gwillem House. I'm interested to see what 75 has in store for everyone.
Indeed, we have lots of people we need to see about what 1975 will bring. Uh, hey, PB, what are you looking forward to in 1975?
I am looking forward to just, the shenanigans of the times. It's a wonderful time to be, of the Walters kind. A lot of people are a lot more free with what they do with their bodies in this time and era. And that works real well with people like the Walters.
How many key parties have the Walters had?
We haven't had any because
That's
we
a
have a child, but we have attended some while we've left little Luis with his father-in-law when he's not out on the prowl.
So you leave, you leave Louise with his granddad. Well, you go to key parties.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good to know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And as for me, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Again, thank you and welcome for being here. 1972 is going up. I am just being defeated by rendering, and I have a plan to conquer this defeat this week. That is my plan. I have a plan to do so. But it is 1975. And President Richard Nixon has resigned in disgrace a week before, or excuse me, 48 hours before rumored filings of impeachment. Um, this is what happens when you attempt to cover up somebody else's bad mistakes. Also, getting caught. Don't attempt to cover up for somebody else. It's not going to end well. But the world is moving on into a new, brighter, more groovy era. Music is playing. It is November. It is late November. The week before. Okay, I'm not going to say this. The week before uh, Thanksgiving. Words. And there are some groovy tunes on at the moment. Neil Sedaka, Barry White, Bee Gees, Queens released Killer Queen. Carl Douglas has got everybody kung fu fighting. But tonight, as you hear playing from the windows of what was the Grimes house, but they moved out in 1972. A new family has moved in. They're not very social. In fact, you haven't really seen them beyond waving at them occasionally at the start or end of the day. They haven't introduced themselves. Excuse me. One of those families that move into a neighborhood and just hyper focus on themselves. But you can hear coming from the open windows of their house Debbie Boone singing her great ode to God in You Light Up My Life. So what is is Roe Walters doing this evening in November? A little bit of chill in the air.
This evening, Roe Walters is what, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's the 70s. People didn't care. Probably Roe, Linda, and his father-in-law, whose name I totally remember, are hanging out over at my father-in-law's house, which is the one next to ours. It's the one we don't live on at the moment. And in our house, along with Fido, our fearless canine companion, Luis is staying there with a couple of his friends. Probably the McLeod um, child, and probably some other, you know, kids of age, boys of his age, hanging out, having probably watching something on the TV. I don't know. I didn't really ask what they were going to be up to. He just asked if his friends could come over, and I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And just you know what to do and not to do. And we're hanging out over at our father-in-law's house. We've been working real hard these past I'd say 8 years or so. I mean, a lot longer than that, but in the past 8 years, we've really moved forward to entering a new industry with our father-in-law really helping out. So we're having our own kind of little celebration, drinking, listening to some groovy music, and sharing some stories of old, probably father-in-law really loosening up and telling us of his more interesting adventures down when he still lived in Mexico. He is quite old. I mean, young by some standards, but still has 100+ years on row. So that's probably what we're up to, just drinking, smoking, having a good time.
By the way, Luis and his friends are probably either watching, given that it is a Wednesday night, either watching Canon on CBS or The Bionic Woman on ABC, depending on how late it is. Uh, well, that's not true. They could also be watching Beretta, but somehow I don't think so.
No, let's be honest, they're probably watching The Bionic Woman.
Probably. You know, for the plot and everything.
Of course.
And what is going on at the Gwillem house?
Um, to a surprise of no one, there is some work going on in the garage. Um, there is some restoration going on an old Indian motorcycle. Um, whilst Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is playing on the radio. So no, it's a relatively quiet night. Um, there's not too many of the family members at the house as um, continuing family meetings are going on, especially with the recent revelations going around with vampires from Nixon, his
Oh,
the
Barnaby.
president's.
Barnaby. No, excuse me. Beauregard. Our dear friend Beauregard Johnson has been transitioning vampires from Nixon into a much larger political movement.
Machine. Yeah.
Um, he did not defend Nixon. Um,
Shock. I'm shocked. But no, the family's having meetings about, again, folks starting to take steps forward, and as well as the current political climate. And again, there's fomenting of two very strong camps. It's causing
oh,
some internal strife. Yes.
what are those camps, if I might ask?
The conservatives that want to stay the course, again, keep things relatively quiet, um, is fine that they know that we are different, but not that they know who
Hmm.
we are. And to, again, be use our powers and abilities to protect our own interests, but not necessarily be too heavy-handed. Um, another group is wanting to be even more tight-lipped about who and what we are, but take a more direct hand in everything. Because look around, there's they are ruining the planet.
And
They
a shit
cannot be.
and a shit ton of places are currently on fire,
Yeah,
like Detroit
they,
and
they're ruining.
Chicago and
They're
Pittsburgh and
yeah, they're ruining the planet. They don't know how to govern. It's clear that the experiment is coming to a close. And this is where we keep all of our stuff. So the, the if we're going to still keep to somewhat of our original programming, we can't let them be in charge of anything. No, they keep putting their dicks in the light socket. We need to step in.
I mean, Hugh Hefner is making himself a shit ton of money right now.
You don't need to further convince the group about interventionism.
I would also like to point out that a new musical has opened on Broadway this season that I need the opinion of the Gwillem family. I know what I'm gonna guess. I know what the Walters family is of the opinion on this because I know what this show is, and I can guess what the Walters' opinion would be. But I need to know what the Gwillem family's opinion of the tour de force, and I use that term very specifically, that is Chorus Line. One
Uh,
singular sensation.
this is a little bit of hope coming through, um, due to having had to tech that show. I hate that show. I absolutely despise that show. It is an absolute nightmare. Um, like, yeah, music's decent, plot line, okay, I can get behind it. But flying all those goddamn mirrors, yep. Also, LeMay does not hold up well to repeated use.
Dance.
And every single costumer would like to slit the throats of the directors.
Dance 10. Looks 3. Why you have to see the wizard on Park and 73rd.
My back just started acting up because you mentioned that damn show.
It is the cast album is taking rising swiftly through the charts, even on the popular stations. But it's not
Yes, but
really played a lot in Savannah.
no, but we have Bowie to somewhat thank because Fame is contesting the charts.
This is true. Fame is rising and contesting the charts. But on this evening, Wednesday evening, yep, on this Wednesday evening on Carousel Court, there is a mood in the air. A kind of resigned acceptance. This presence on the, by now, almost 6 years. No, hold on, let me do math. 1962, 13 years. I can do math. Wow. 13 years of, well, circular food poisoning that goes through the town. Everyone's gotten used to it, accepted it. the new normal. And it's not going to change. You've heard that Kit Eldridge has, well, the Eldridges were not spared in this most recent bout of the illness, as it has become known. Kit spent a couple weeks in the hospital, but he's alright. Other members of the Eldridge family didn't fare so well. Margaret and Robin McLeod have been a little more reclusive than normal, even with the Walters, although still good friends. And Jack Hall has moved out. His sister Isabel has taken over the house on Carousel Court. And she is fully dedicated to being the local neighborhood spinster wine aunt. For reference, if you need a reference, you want to think Clary Belcher, played by the fabulous and incomparable Olympia Dukakis in Steel Magnolias. The line is, if you ain't got nothing nice to say about somebody, come sit next to me and make sure I hear all about it, sugar. But yes, Jack and Nora Hall have moved outside the city to a larger piece of property with their more space for their grandkids, as I said. So what are you all? The floor is yours.
Has anyone else, since the vamping, as it were, across America, um, stepped forward, or is everyone else just sort of holding
Oh, you mean is Beauregard Johnson the only vampire that stepped himself out of the closet?
himself as well as other types?
Oh, there are quite a few vampires that have now made themselves known. One is embracing this new genre of music called metal. Becoming a pop star. He and his significant other, nobody's sure what their relationship is. It is more explosive than Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio. That's what everybody can say, though. They appear to make regular concert performances, but they don't seem to be really involved in politics per se. Um, are we talking about, are there any other types of creatures that have made the more public appearance?
Yes.
Well, the Fae have always been around. And a couple of them have not denied, well, they can't lie. And a couple of them have been challenged outright, publicly, to the point that they must agree. There was, a newscaster that you are aware of one Edwin McDaniels, sorry, who was outed as an other, but nobody's quite sure what he is. There have been accusations that the Rockettes are only currently hiring Fae or Incubus. The rumor gets very awkward.
That is awkward.
And there are rumors that the reason the steel curtain hides the offensive and defensive line for the um, Pittsburgh Steelers is so insurmountable is because the left tackle and the center are both of some sort of shifter variety, perhaps even werebears has been the argument.
Oh, I've got a question. When the hell did werebear come into carbon parlance? That's suspicious.
The werebear comment that came out of the Canadians. Actual fun fact, that is true. If you look it up in the dictionary, the first instance of the term werebear comes out of one of the Alberta or British Columbia colony, and is the first instances used in public is from the Canadians. Fun things you discover in researching for this game. But yes, that is. And there's a couple other, you know, the Eldridges and their weresharks are public and relatively present. Um, uh, the Fouchés have also been very public and supportive of certain rights movements. Um, oh, and one other thing. You knew, of course, that I should mention because 1972 is not yet out on YouTube and it will be out in rendering. Um, the Americans have won Vietnam. A big part of that is because the North Vietnamese, although they sought assistance, did not achieve gaining assistance from the Communist Party of China. And in 1975, the Chinese are currently suffering their second civil war as Lady Mao's stranglehold on both the Communist Party and mainland China has devolved. Uh, Chairman Chiang Kai shek has been seen on the mainland rising supporters and making pointed statements that walk that very fine line between accusation and provable statement of calling Lady Mao a white snake. For those of you who don't know, the White Snake Lady is a shapeshifter figure in Chinese folklore and mythology, and she is both a temptress, seductress, and political mover and shaker who will attach themselves to a rumor. This is very truncated, by the way. If you are an actual Chinese folklore historian, please understand that this is a very shortened explanation for a television audience. And that these figures attach themselves to male figures of power, manipulate them, and then kill them to achieve their own power. So giant snakes that turn into beautiful women.
It's nice work if you can get it.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Um, the Jadajas have been avoiding most of the politics of the area. They've been focused instead on the politics going on in India, the complex politics that are going on in India
That makes sense.
and Pakistan, both East and West Pakistan at this point. Remembering, of course, that Bangladesh is newly made its own country, but hadn't been for a very long time.
It it comes to attention
Mm-hmm.
as Apollo is working on the Indian. He also has a tape recorder relatively nearby. He stops, walks over, um, says a few words to the tape recorder as some extra few lines come into his mind as he's trying to um, try his hands at writing.
What kind of writing?
After in the intervening years from 1972, um, he is taking up reading both fantasy and science fiction, and seeing how that plus certain TV shows are beginning to influence the culture. And while not disclosing his allegiance within the family, um, is thinking that if he can make a decent work and then possibly sprinkle a few little bits of magic into it, um, being able to influence coming generations away from the precipice.
Interesting. What did he think of Dune?
There's a lot of good parts to it. Pacing a little bit slow. Um, there's a lot to pick apart there, but overall, it's solid. It's a solid piece of work. There are definitely valid criticisms to be had with some of the themes, but it's a solid work.
And then on the entire other end of the spectrum, what did he think of dragon sex? Excuse me, Pern.
That's trash. But the other things that he's building into this book is a series of warnings about the cycle of things that the, taking to heart that phrase, those who do not learn history are doomed to repeat it, as well as taking some liberal notes from folks like C.S. Lewis and Tolkien on it's important to build the stratum in the history of the world and having cycles of, plague, war, um, good times, good leaders, good emperors, etc., followed by those who come up significantly short and then run said things that were built by generations of well meaning well-trying individuals can be ruined in but a generation. Also, that natural disasters are a thing, and they will come and upset your apple cart when you least expect them.
But what's his opinion of dragon sex?
Garbage. Trash.
Very intrigued by this. Does anyone know of his writing attempts?
Yes, there are a number who know.
Does he have readings?
Not yet. But even though it has yet to come out, he is going by the supervillain's guide and running everything by the kid.
Oh, you mean Persephone?
Yes. So he will run ideas and everything's by Persephone. Because if she can poke holes in what he is crafting, then he needs to go back to the drawing board.
Very intriguing. Hey, Trooper.
Young adult fiction.
Before it existed.
Yes. Well, no. In some ways,
Before it was marketed as young adult fiction.
before it was marketed.
So, Trooper, I have a very, very important question to ask you.
Absolutely.
So, unfortunately, our audience at home has not seen since 1972 because we're back, and Trooper is here with us. And
I broke the stream.
it is Trooper's awesomeness broke the stream. But I'm going to ask the question again. Trooper doesn't want to know what happened in 1972. That is fair. So the question I asked Trooper was a very important question because you all have not seen 1972, so you don't know the answer to this question. I know the answer to this question. Players don't know the answer to this question. But the question I asked was, how does Susie deal with the fact that her husband's murder has been unsolved for 3 years?
Well, since he was elected, she takes his position in the House of U.S. Representatives and then works that tragedy, which is a terrible tragedy, to go and put forward anti-other legislation.
And after Nixon has been impeached, how's that track record going for you?
In what way was he impeached?
Well, he wasn't
was
impeached.
he impeached? Because I don't know in our timeline.
He wasn't impeached. Excuse me. I keep using that phrase. I explained earlier. He was not impeached. He, like every good individual that understood the writing on the wall and resigned 48 hours before impeachment articles could be filed. You know, because Watergate is a problem.
But he was supported by vampires, right? The whole vampires for Nixon thing?
Well, he wasn't...
Again, just more evidence. There was a Vampires for Nixon party, an open and public one, yes?
Yes, there was.
Yes, just more evidence that the influence of others is a problem in our society. And that if we, the Republican Party, have got to become more doctrinaire, and we have to become more patriotic, and we have to work to get rid of these clearly demonic and unnatural influences on good old US of A. So we'll be using all of that as a means to increase our power and make the lives of others, supernatural creatures, more difficult.
This leads to my next question. Actually, it leads to the first roll of the night. Thanks, Trooper.
Well, you're welcome.
I really appreciate your presence in all ways. I need to know how this legislation, because here's the thing. Susie did parlay her husband's murder into an appointment because, fun fact, at this time, it was not uncommon for those who died in office for the governor to appoint rather than have a special election. And in fact, Georgia won't have special elections for deaths in office until 1996, 97. And instead, it would be an appointment. And if somebody died, it was not uncommon for the governor to perhaps appoint their relative, because of course they could do the exact same job. But I need you to make me a roll, please.
Sure.
Susie Masters Smith. I need.
Just for the record, PB, all witches would count as not within her legislation. She's not counting witches as others because they are regular people, unlike demons or vampires or werewolves, who are clearly not human. So they're not included in her anti-other legislation because they're just regular humans. Now, if a witch, if like a vampire or a witch, that would count. But basically, being able to do magic, she's not including that within the other category.
So I need you to roll persuasion, and you can use as bonus dice any dice you have in status and reputation. And you can choose what specialization of persuasion you want to do, but you need to tell me, describe how this particular specialization is, type of persuasion is being used here.
So I'll be using persuasion. Close those specialties. Probably convince, I assume. It's be a lot of speeches. And
I mean, I could see charm, I could see in seduction, I could see how exactly she wants to do it.
And so the bonus dice in reputation itself is the one that I get as the bonus die?
You can use your points in reputation, in status and reputation. So you can take the 5 that you have in status plus the 1 in reputation to have a 6 bonus dice.
Okay. Let me that. $27.
27 is a very good roll. Your legislation is popular with a certain demographic.
I imagine so. And I imagine it's a kind of like the legislation is sort of, we're not there yet in the future, but prescient. It's about, it's a mix of hate crime and anti-terrorism legislation. The idea being that when others attack people, there are 2 crimes happening. There's like the regular crime itself, but also the kind of terrorism that from historical long-standing, because they're not human, so there's a form of like terrorism that happens to the regular population, and so they need like an extra special federal kicker to their crimes because of the ways in which others preying on humans is also a crime against the community, and it's also a form of terrorism. So it's kind of like an anti-terrorism legislation to get like a extra kicker violence towards extra kicker punitive excitement.
I mean, what you're really talking about are those particular states that have added hate crime bonus penalties to sentencing to things like murder, which I have very complicated feelings about. If you've already convicted them of murder,
we also don't want others like. And also just get a little, so think of like hate crimes legislation, but also think a little, the kind of legislation that was being passed in the 50s, wherein homosexuals couldn't work in the State Department, anti-communist legislation. We want that kind of a thing where people who are like that should not be in the government because they are clearly a security risk, especially after the whole Nixon for vampires for Nixon situation. So we want to make it so that others can't be running around in the State Department. And if they commit crimes, they get extra penalties. That's what we want.
And as of right now, you've run into the small stumbling block of Nixon's not impeachment, resignation. And you've passed the House with a strong majority, and you would have passed the Senate, but unfortunately, the dialogue of everything is about Nixon and the possible impeachment. So
Mhm.
you haven't passed yet, but there are a large number of states' laws that you have helped formulate the phrasing of.
Mhm.
Um, a large number of other similar kind of laws that are going forward in different places, and you're looking at the possible passing of a federal statute at the start of the next session in January.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
when the Senate reconvenes. So you're feeling very strong. You think you have a very strong, and by very strong, I mean a 70-30 majority in the Senate. You had a very strong 67% majority in the House. You already know that even if there was a veto, you can come back to a override. You don't think you have enough for a constitutional amendment, um, particularly not with certain people currently on the bench.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yep. Yep.
Justice Harlan is not going to take any of this bullshit. Justice Black is not a fan of a lot of this, and he has been public in his disapproval of it.
Yeah, well, we can talk about citizenship and whether or not dead people still count as citizens. There are a lot of ways in which we can go with this. Uh, yes, also that thing about birth, being born on U.S. soil. Some of these people are clearly not born on U.S. soil, and I question their citizenship. Some of these people are clearly not, they're demons. I'm just saying we have some questions we can talk about. There are a lot of legalities we can get into when it comes to whether or not some of these people are allowed to vote still, since they're now dead and they should be struck off the voting rolls. We can have a whole bunch of exciting discussions about all of those things.
Indeed. But it's the week before Thanksgiving. And we have the very important question that we need to ask everyone. Uh, how are you all feeling about this legislation?
I love it. Wait, were you not asking me? Because I
No,
think
no,
it's great.
no.
I think it should go further, obviously, and hopefully I can maybe one day get into the Senate myself, because that's where it's important to do those things. But we're going to work on it.
Isn't
I
it
imagine you.
isn't it such a shame that FDR and the Congress took away the fact that the Senate seats were appointed by the legislature and now are
I
direct
know.
election?
I know direct elections are sometimes so bothersome.
So what do the Willems think about this legislation that's now the talk of really would have been passed except for this Nixon impeachment problem and then, the Senate going into recess for the holiday season?
Oh, by the way, I just want everyone to know if something happens to me, it will have been the others that did it. After the kind of murder of my husband and the violence that's been happening, I just want to make sure the public knows that if anything happens to me, it was clearly others who did it. Go on, the Gwillem House. What were you?
Um, the thoughts of the family are this is something that's more unifying considering the large split. Um, the area of contention is how to deal with it. Um, Dante says with a bullet, um, and is bemoaning the fact that dueling has been outlawed in this country. Um, there are some things that one wishes they could go back and fix. Uh, there are, again, Zachariah is of the opinion that this can be fought in court. Clearly, this is not a law that will stand up to the current Supreme Court. So while it can cause consternation in the short term, long term, it's not going to stand. Um, then there's Mikey's small group, which know definitely that we cannot have this woman die. No, no, no. But we can have this woman ruined. Again, disgraced, discredited, shown for being insane, possibly murdered her husband in order to gain power. Um, Again, isn't it strange that the murder hasn't been uncovered? 3 years. Isn't it strange that she automatically pins the death of her husband at the feet of others? It's awfully convenient to have that scapegoat. Where was she that evening? Again, all that were in that household were just her and the kids. What's to say that the children weren't already asleep when she went and found her philandering husband at this hotel long after the deed was done and set things up? Or let us speak frankly here. This is a vengeful, wealthy woman who could very well have hired someone. Because we know Republicans love hiring people to do their dirty work. And farmed out this hit on her husband. It's awfully convenient that right after the death, she would gain her husband's position and then have all this legislation kicking down in order to rabble rouse this populist uprising, this authoritarian goon in a dress.
Now, to
And
be
that,
fair, it's not a dress. It's a very nice sweater set and skirt.
yes, because I
That
couldn't
sounds like
say,
misogyny against women who are in politics. Obviously.
yes, well, I couldn't say shoulder pads. We're not in the 80s yet. But no, I think that we could easily, with a few right words, a few op-eds, and maybe a little bit of magic, just to grease the wheels, um, make this woman's life a living hell. Because hell is not just a place; it's a condition.
It's a state of being, is what we're saying.
Yes, suffering is a state of being. And since this woman is so interested in it, I think we should introduce it to her.
How are the Walters taking this?
Let's see. So the Walters, since the tragic event that occurred, well, what is it now? 3-4 years ago?
3 years ago.
Um,
Almost 3
they
years ago in 2 weeks. Since.
the Walters have been talking. They've been talking to a lot of their neighbors, and being, neighborly. They realized after the Grimes left, there were some neighbors they never really got to really know, thinking about, that first picnic all those years ago where they first met the Grimes family and how they instantly hit it off with, a little bit of just neighborly interaction. They were like, maybe we should spread our wings a little bit and get to know the rest of the neighborhood and not just, the people down the street. And so, they have been, just like we got to know the McLeod family, we have visited a lot of the other supernatural families on the Carousel court. And some of the, also not, some of the cool non-supernaturals. of the court also, and just gotten to know them over the years, talking about the game, talking about recent shows, music, etc. Maybe even seen some of them at some parties, in the past couple of years as they've gotten more popular. Um, and, taking a feather out of Miss Nora Hall's hat back in the day, Linda has been just, commenting and noticing things that are odd that have been happening that she's noticed around the street. Mostly asking around if they've also noticed some odd things that have been happening on the corner over on poor Master Smith's household. How poor Susie, man, it seems like every week it seems like something else is happening over in that poor household. It looks like she's barely holding it together over there. I mean, bless her soul, she has now two young and slightly older children now that she's had to deal with, and her sister, uh, her being away from her sister every now and again, I'm sure has been very stressful for her. And seems like she's a little less kept together every time she has to leave the house to go do chores and things like that. And some concerning things over the years that she's heard Susie say. Not so much just things about the supernaturals, but just other concerning things about, her thoughts on, the way she's spoken to her young son, little Master Smith, and how it's that poor boy doing the best he can and seems like he can never do enough for his poor mother. And even though he is one of the most well-behaved children, we've met in the neighborhood, uh, including my own son, because 13 is a tough age, let me tell you that. And yeah, Miss Linda has been going around and just sharing that sort of information.
So what I'm hearing is you want to make a persuasion. There's a specific one I need. Hold on. It is a persuasion charm or convince.
Is this an intrigue?
Not yet, because she isn't attacking you, right? Like, right now she's talking to other people about you, and you will have an opportunity to discover that, depending on how she rolls, and depending on how this spreads, in which case it will lead to an intrigue. There is an intrigue on the fires, people. As Krellin says, what I'm hearing is a whole lot of bless her heart. So, PB, what I need you to do is roll me persuasion convince or a persuasion charm, your choice here. And your degrees of success are going to determine how widespread this rumor goes and how quickly Mrs. The Widow Smith hears about this discussion that Linda's putting out around her. About her.
Let's see. Trying to think in my head. I wouldn't ask you for another character sheet because I just simply never thought I'd be using Linda. But I do know how I have her stats like laid out in my head.
Okay.
Because I know what kind of character she is. I'm just trying to think how many I would have.
Okay, well,
because I use my Walter sheet in my head. I'm just like, okay, yeah, well, Walter's would, Ro would do this, but like Linda makes up for it over here. And I'm just like, how many would I have in persuasion for Linda?
okay, well,
So
what
I'm
I'm
like,
gonna
Linda,
do is give you a new
it's a
character
convincing
sheet.
one.
What do you mean?
In my head, I'm just like,
Easy.
I'm like, do I use 4 or 5 here?
There you
She
go.
wouldn't have that. Oh, there it is. That's where I would yoink the points for it to up that to 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't forget the points you can yoink for dropping something. But yes, I understand. But yes, when we see how this goes, we'll see how soon Susie Smith hears about this, and then we
So
can see. Y'all, we might get our fight in the
In the pool.
pool a whole 10 years early. You're muted,
10
Trooper.
years early.
That pool fight has got to be with another family.
Oh, there will be that pool fight. There's two pool fights that exist. The first one might be. Sally did get married. I do not believe the sisters live together, however. They do not. Susie is
have
the
a bonus
eldest
dice?
and therefore inherited her father's house.
But Sally does live in Carousel Court as well.
Yes, she lives on the other side of Adirondack Street, I believe.
All right, so I will be using that bonus dice.
It's in your frame? Okay.
That. And then none of those are a 1, right? Nope. All right, 26.
So a 26. The locals are very willing to listen to this because a large number of people in this neighborhood have known Susie Smith since she was a wee little thing and know, unfortunately, the trauma and damage that has been suffering upon this family for, good Lord, since her father died and then her husband, God rest his soul, you know, all of this drama. And, you know, she'd been going off to DC and getting involved in politics and all of this stuff. So, yes, it will be very widespread very quickly. Susie, I need a roll from you. And this is going to be
right.
awareness, empathy, or awareness notice. Either one you can choose. It'll have about the same effect. It's just going to be differing in whom you will be discussing things with.
We'll go with awareness notice. I have one bonus die at this moment, and I will use it. 16.
With a 16, very good scores, by the way. We're rolling so well today. With a 16, it is Isabel Hall, who, when she sees Susie out this evening in November, maybe coming home from the store, maybe walking home from her sister's house, which is just around the corner, of course, makes a slight. It is sitting, and Isabel Hall has fully embraced the spinster lifestyle and moved into her taken over the Hall home on Carousel Court when her brother Jack and his wife Nora have moved out to the country for a bit more space. They have quite a few grandchildren now and wanted a larger piece of property, and they've taken over their father, you know, the soda fountain and all of this other stuff. But Isabel is herself coming down. Is sitting on the porch, and when she sees you coming down, you know, she's walking. I guess not sitting on the porch, but she's walking towards her own home. And when she sees you walking by, she kind of does that kind of snort laugh of someone repressing a laugh. She also is wearing very finely tailored men's trousers. Her hair is like every Italian woman of her age, even though she doesn't look a day of her age. Look, the woman has Sophia Loren genes. It's just what it is. You know, she's not gonna look like she aged at all, no matter what. And she just wears that statuesque slacks, a pressed silk, well, not pressed, but a nice blousey silk shirt, kind of letting her hair roll down, kind of pinned back in a couple of places, but a little bit natural look going on. Embracing the Carole King of her lifestyle, but without flower power. And she kind of sees you and goes, "Well, you're looking all right for a crazy lady."
Excuse me?
Susie Smith. You really have gone out your way to make everybody in this neighborhood hate your guts, haven't you?
Oh, well, not everyone in this neighborhood hates my guts at all. There are some others who certainly do, but um, I can think of quite a few families who do not hate my guts. They're on the other side of it, of the street, of course.
Yes, those with no status or notice. Your daddy must be
Mm.
rolling over in his grave seeing what y'all become.
Well, let me see. When my daddy was alive, uh, we were poor and isolated, and now I am married to, well, married into the Smith family, as my sister's married into a good family as well. I'm a member of Congress. I've got two good children. We're on our way up. Actually, I think we're doing much better. And my father, if he was rolling his grave, that's because he would probably be ashamed of his unpatriotic tendencies that I have gladly moved beyond.
You know you can't buy class, right, Sugar? And there's a whole lot of lack of class showing here.
Hmm, interesting. Now, your family is exactly from where? And how long have they been here?
250 years, child. Longer than
Yes,
your
mine has been
family's been
around
going
here,
around with that name Masters.
but my family has been here for as long, if not longer, than yours. So please do not presume uh, to to frame me as some sort of low class. My family fought for the Confederacy. My family has been war heroes for generations upon generations.
Bragging about fighting for the Confederacy ain't gonna do you real good in the long term, Sugar.
Well, it sounds to me like you're not particularly, what are you, some sort of Yankee perhaps in disguise? Hmm. You know, we just had our anniversary, and 1776. All I don't know if you noticed all those wonderful, wonderful events talking about the Confederacy that happened, and I was happy as a daughter of the Confederacy to be part of them. Uh, I see, you just don't seem to be particularly well. That's too bad for you. I'll just
Yeah,
note it.
yes, and I'll note quite a bit more. And I'll ensure that a bunch of other people make sure to note the same thing. When you piss off the wrong folks, Sugar, the money goes away. And while you might
Yes, you
think
might
that
want to think about that yourself.
mm, real estate is real stable in this city, and I own a shit ton of it. And in
Mm.
Atlanta, oh wait, and in DC too.
Oh, well, I might need to look into zoning laws since I am, after all, a member of the U.S. House of Representatives.
And you're not on the zoning
Ladies,
board.
ladies.
Mr. Gwillem, shut up, I'm talking.
Ooh, you seem not very ladylike there,
I've never
Mrs.
claimed to be a
Hall.
lady. I claim to be an educated female of a progressive sort. When you figure out what you
Mm,
actually want in life, and
communist, maybe.
nah, not a communist, an old school populist. Go look up
Mm,
Teddy Roosevelt and come back to me and when you age at about 20 years. Also, by the way, Sugar,
mm,
night cream. It'll do wonders for your face. You got wrinkles right here. Uh, Mr. Gwillem, I'm gonna buy you a drink. And she walks into the house.
mm. Mr. Gwillem,
Well, Ms. Master Smith don't necessarily know what going to Miss Hall, but I guess
uh,
it might have something to do with the legislation that you've proposed.
I imagine so. I'll just have to make closer note of the Hall family from now on.
Far be it from me to stick my nose in other people's business. Uh, I just don't like fights. But
Mm,
my father in heaven doesn't like bigots.
mm. Can't imagine your father in heaven likes demons or other unnatural cursed creatures either. That's why they are damned.
You do know the story of the Morning Star, right?
Mr. Gwillem, you are, if I recall correctly, some sort of other. Are you
Yeah,
here to harass me?
no, I just like sharing history.
Mm,
He was called the first amongst. the angels, the most beloved.
We're
And
talking about Lucifer, aren't we?
God declared to his angels to love humanity above all, to love humanity as though humanity were him. And yet, in his that kind of caused some, like the first, to try and elevate humanity beyond God's design. The divine Father did not take kindly to that, and thus the fall occurred. It was because of love that demons were born. Love of humanity.
Hmm. Mr. Gwillem, you have never, ever explained what exact sort of other you are, you and your family.
We're very old. We're not undead,
Yes, that's. Mm.
but we're very old. And we have a tendency to be protective of humanity and God's creation.
So then you're demons of some sort.
No, demons are the ones that were sided specifically with the morning star and were cast down, and then the things that came out of that imprisonment. You know, when God made hell, the first of humanity felt the need to be punished after the rising of Christ, fell into that cage, and the need to be punished manifested the first demon.
And so, what sort of other are you?
A winged kind that remembers the times
Mm.
when humanity needed to be reminded of their place. And so there were
Ah.
floods. People turned to salt. It was a very vicious
So
time.
you are a fallen angel cast out of God's love and therefore damned. I
Oh,
see.
we weren't cast out. Every single fallen, mind you, every single fallen choose to leave, or, well, they couldn't handle being upstairs anymore by some ways or means.
Yes, that.
Humanity's need to compete over resources. The Great
Yeah.
Wars got a lot of folks hurting that fell, or some people got bored because there was supposed to be a cleansing once things got bad enough, you know, the second coming of Christ.
Mm.
And it seems like God has, for whatever his reason, left. And
That's a
so,
lot of blah blah to say that you are not in God's favor.
oh, there are also angels among us, Mrs. Smith. Angels that you were law harm.
They
And
are not humans, and this is a human country.
I want you to think
Perhaps you
about
should go back
telling
to
Saint
heaven.
Michael about not being human. The guy with the sword and
Satan.
the really, no,
Mm.
Michael. Lucifer always wanted to talk first. Michael, Michael was an ask questions after kind of guy. And he has this need to smite. And Michael has family down here.
Mm. Well,
I
luckily, I
just,
walk with God, not with whatever fallen you are.
God's not on the job anymore. I'd like to intimidate.
Okay, we're gonna let because I was going to let Trooper make her move, their move first, Susie makes
Okay.
her move first. Trooper makes it. I'm awake, I swear. And I am mostly functional. Trooper, you make Susie move because you were doing some particular move. Isabel Hall was an inciting incident to you to find out, which is why she did not stay to engage with you. Now you can choose to engage in your social combat with anyone else.
I believe he made the first attack, though,
Okay.
so he should be able to go first.
All right then. If that is your choice, your belief,
Because he's trying to intimidate.
he is attempting to intimidate her.
Yeah.
Then
He called the move first, which I
called-
feel like he gets to roll first.
okay. I'm just letting you know the reason that Isabel was not sticking around is she was how you found out and can choose to then engage. Who you choose to engage with is your choice.
19.
19 to intimidate. Remembering, of
let me
course,
get my-
that your handy dandy cheat sheet. Did I put the cheat sheet on this game? Don't think I did.
No, I don't think so. But I'm looking it up in the book.
I have a cheat sheet. I have one of these.
Let me get there. Intrigue. Where's that table? Let's see. I suppose we have to go and decide our dispositions toward each other.
Yes, but you can choose that within yourself. You don't have to announce
Yes.
it.
Let's see. Let me get right here. It's probably 121.
Here we
About,
go.
most likely.
This is what I wanted. This is where
Intrigue statistics.
handout. Sorry.
No worries. I suppose we're going to need his objective for this particular intrigue.
Yes, I think. Well, he needs to know his objective. He needs to. I need to know what he's
Yes.
inciting. What he's trying to intimidate you to do. His objective for the intrigue is based on your own knowledge. Those you don't have to report. If you achieve your objective, then you have to tell me because it can help give you. It gives you bonuses. Like a bonus
It's a
die.
friendship, information, service, or deceit. It looks like.
Yeah, but it's your. But why are you what are you intimidating her to do? Is the question, and it can't be to change her mind, right? Like that's not.
Oh, I'm not changing her mind.
You need some more concrete factors.
Yeah, it's just like
Well-
it says your objective is either for any intrigue, friendship, information, service, or deceit.
This is service. And the service is to get the fuck out of Savannah.
I feel like that's not a service. that's not a service. Let's be honest, that's not a service to her. That's a
It's a service to me.
What are my options? Why is this not loading the way I want this to do? I do not like this new Adobe Reader. I guess service is to convince someone to do something.
Yeah. Leave. Get the fuck out of Savannah.
Get thee gone.
You can go to some
when
some other part of Georgia, but just not here.
See.
Also, this is entirely the undercurrent of this entire scene. Tom Waits' God's Away on Business is playing in the background.
yes, I support this. I support this.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I put the cheat sheet as a handout on Roll20, so you should be able. Everyone should be able to have it. You're intimidating, right?
Yep.
Which means you are you roll will rank. You're rolling persuasion plus intimidate.
Yep.
Because you're not deceiving. You're being
Oh,
bluntly
no.
honest.
Yeah.
Let me see what we have here.
So go ahead and roll your persuasion plus intimidate.
Yeah, that was 19.
A 19 is what you rolled?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a 19. Oh, with only 1/6. That's good. No crits. Your disposition will soak some of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The number itself. Now, do I roll a defense or is it just my disposition?
You can roll a defense as well. You can roll a defense as well.
So let's see. Well, I don't know if I roll. My defense is a 13. I suppose I don't roll, right? My defense is a 13, but my disposition is malicious, which I believe adds up to
18.
a 19.
No, 13
because
plus...
malicious is -6.
No, malicious is 5.
6 is a 19.
5.
It's different in the book
see,
because the cheat sheet reduced the levels.
Sorry, then we'll go with the book. My apologies. I was like, I have the cheat sheet sitting in front of me. I'm looking at it. It's 5. If the book says 6, it's 6.
I hit the DC, but I don't surpass the DC.
You don't. So you take no damage.
Mm-hmm. 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 Well now. Looks like he's trying to go and...
I think I would like to spend a destiny point here.
Do what?
Reroll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You may spend a destiny point to reroll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, you did get a single solid hit.
Yeah, but I need to do better than 19.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
28 is better than 19. That's 3 6s.
That is 3 6s, and 3 6s is hurtful words. Target takes 1 frustration. If they cannot take any more frustration, they lose 3 composure instead.
I can take the frustration because I currently have 0 frustration, so I will take 1.
Mm-hmm. And then it reduces your composure as well.
It reduces my composure by how much? By the difference, so by 9, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's see. Right?
Now what does the good Mrs. Susie Master Smith say to this?
Well, it's tricky because of the 4 objectives. Certainly, I don't want friendship, and I don't want information from him, nor do I want to deceive him.
Yeah, I don't think the phrasing of the objectives is really helpful in this case. What you want... You kind of want to intimidate him back, right?
No, I'm more of a sugary sweet sort of person rather than a...
If you do not know that you can threaten somebody with sugar, I do not. I have serious questions about your southern status.
Yes, but that's about what skills we're using, and I believe intimidate falls under... What does that fall under?
You can either use intimidate as persuasion, intimidation, or deception, act, or bluff. Remembering, of course, that you can always use it. You can use a persuasion skill or a deception skill.
Let me see. Let me find this one here. I don't need that. Let me look up this one.
I mean, you could always use your shield reputation.
Well, no, that would be a defense
Yeah.
as opposed to an attack. Mm, mm, let me see. Let me look up that one skill and see what they have to say. Where are you? Skill, skill, skill. All right. So technique. Let me see how they define that, though, if you don't mind. Let me see. Um, All right. And there's that one. Let's see what we have. I think I am going to, let's see. Well, uh, simple. There is I I can just walk away from him. He's threatening me, a lady. I will take
Walk
the
away?
quit. I'll take the quit action. I'll say, sir, if you think you're somehow wholly threatening a woman as you did, shows you to be a man of low character. And I will not forget this. I do not have to be sullied by being in your other air any longer. I'm going to walk right away.
I love this because it leaves the intrigue, but with a consequence chosen by the narrator. Hey, Rowalters.
Yes.
Isabella Hall is not a quiet woman.
Mm-hmm.
It is not that late at night. She is right next door when this drama has started. What is your reaction to seeing this happen?
Oh, well, we were already gonna go and talk to one of our good friends down the road already. So, as we heard some elevated voices outside, we're already in a good mood, of course, because we've, been having some libations over celebrating some business successes. And so, um, we tell our father-in-law to, make sure the kids don't break themselves or anything in the house as we walk down the street hand in hand, Linda and I. We were already going to go visit the Gwillem family for a social visit. And so we're walking hand in hand, giggling to each other, doing the things that people in the neighborhood already know. We always act like newlyweds, no matter how long we've been together. So that's how we're acting as we're like slowly making our way down the street as Mr. Gwillem is making a diatribe about his fallen status and um, how Miss Smith has been also, acting self-righteous as always. And so as we come up to the tense moment, as Mrs. Smith has already taken a few steps away back to their abode, I'm assuming. I'm walking up and say, "Oh, well, hello there, Mr. Gwillem." And it's like, and as you are walking away, Susie, I'll say, and I hope you also have a wonderful rest of your evening, Mrs. Musgrove. And we'll, uh, and we'll keep walking out to the Gwillem household and be like, we're here for that meet and view we're gonna have today, Mr. Gwillem. I hope it's not too awful of a time.
The shade! Wow. Perfect.
Just reminded of a very old discussion. One that I did not give enough credence to.
That's good to hear. Although there's some other credences that maybe should be upheld, but we can have that conversation inside.
Sure. Just walks away, but does a very deliberate old world thing. As he gets to the curb, turns his back to Miss Smith, kicks the dust off his shoes in her direction, and then walks onto the road.
She would not see this because she has walked away.
No, but I have, and I'm loving every bloody minute of it. And Trooper hasn't. I'm not assuming Trooper's reaction to it.
As
We've got
we,
some more bonus die.
Mm-hmm. I put those up.
ooh. As we head inside, um, we're still, there's a quite dichotomy in moods between Apollo and the Walters. We're quite jovial, in essence, at the moment. So the more grumpy mood, I'm assuming, Apollo's in.
Yeah. He thought he was doing well because he was trying. But, the angel of the apocalypse is perturbed.
um, as we walk in, Ro will say, "Oh, we're here about. Actually, this is perfect timing. We're here about to talk about the certain issue in our neighborhood."
I see. Fortunately, most of the individuals of the family have been taking up residence at the mansion or overseeing the new mining operation, and as such have not been around here, so I have not obtained a good deal of contraband recently.
Oh, I will keep that in mind for any future plans. But this is more one. Linda and I have been talking. Obviously, this is an issue I think we all know. It's a growing one, and one that shouldn't be taken too lightly. And admittedly, we do have, or at least I have, a little bit more of a personal reasoning as to why I would want certain matters to be attended to. However, little Susie Musgrove is not one to be underestimated, as we've learned recently. However, Linda has stayed my hand many times over the past couple of years as we've discussed how to deal with Miss Susie. And we've thought about it and we've decided that this should be a shared objective. One that our family isn't in a position so much to interact with much. Now, we're friendly with a lot of people in this neighborhood, but we don't have much sway amongst the families. However, Mr. Gwillem, you in and of yourself and your family and your extended family, and I look over in the direction where the Ardeline household is, have an, how you would say, an influence, a status quo that could assist with a matter like Susie.
So much easier when rain sulfur was on the menu. As tiring as that is. But I'm a little denser than some of my brethren. I acted as a glorified doorman for a couple of centuries, millennia, and so don't have a lot of, as Zachariah puts it, socialization or being able to read subtleties. So, is it that you would like, Mr. and Mrs. Walters?
And look over to Linda, and Linda says, well, the thing with Susie is she's like a little cockroach. You attack her in one spot, and then she goes off into another little corner of her little mess that she has created for herself. And somehow, some way, she comes out on top, stays alive, no matter what. And because she has put herself in this situation, everyone knows this cockroach is around. And if someone were to kill this cockroach, however unkillable this cockroach may be, it means that if someone will say, oh my gosh, the cockroach is dead. And some people might be sad that the cockroach is dead. Some interesting people, to say the least. And everyone else will be like, oh man, there's no longer a pest around causing issues. But we can no longer just go at it with a slipper to try and deal with the situation. Mr. Apollo, I'm much like my darling husband, who very much wanted to deal with the situation with a more aggressive approach. However, I believe that ruining Miss Susie Masters is the way to go. As you heard, she touts around the master's name and the master's or the smith's name and the smith's accomplishments and who they are, as opposed to her own background. The Musgroves, bless their hearts, they accomplish, but not accomplished in ways in which Susie cares for, nor cares for people to know about. And she is clawing her way to get into situations in which she could be somehow influential, but there's only so much influence a cockroach can have, you see. So if we deal with the situation, we have already started talking about the integrity of Susie's person on lower levels to the families around this area. However, Susie has spread out a little bit further. And I believe that if the more powerful families of the supernatural were to use their influence and their power to continue to spread information about Susie Smith, things that are unfavorable, things that people in her, that she would like to like her, would not like to hear. We both know that Susie is someone who uses magic. We both know she is an other, something she absolutely despises, but I'm sure she does not see it this way. But I do not think the people she wants to influence would see it the same way she does. Not before she has come out herself and talked about it.
I think I get where you're going. I have a counterpoint. In hearing the ruckus between her and Miss Hall, she seemed to like to tout that she was a daughter of the Confederacy.
Yes.
I have within my family folks that lived through that period of time that were both local to here and also were a part of the march to here. What if we did some digging or maybe some archival restoration and found out that her ancestor was a traitor to the Confederacy? Get her right and kicked out of that little women's club. And then slowly trickle out more and more that she comes from a long and storied line, as well as her husband's line of traitors. Making someone a biblical pariah is not necessarily my strongest suit, but this feels very much like Jonah and the whale, but eventually we teach the whale to digest. Uh, so, no, you've definitely laid a good groundwork. I don't necessarily like the idea of using her child of Eve status being used as a means of discrediting. That overall hurts us. But if we can make her a name as reviled as Benedict Arnold, a watchword amongst the Southern community, a false prophet, if you will, then we not only damage her, we hurt her cause. And as much as I'm not necessarily in the best terms with the divine, his kid was never fond of Pharisees, and neither am I.
I believe we are in similar thoughts here, Mr. Grellum. I would say 2 points to contribute to this is one, as we continue to discover things about the Smith family, that we are sure that whenever this information gets spread in a more permanent sense, that Susie is referred to by her real name, not the one that the disgrace name she has chosen. She could still go by Susie, but she is no Masters. She is a Musgrove, something she despises more than anything.
You may do that to needle her, but
And
given what I have heard from a family friend, I am not going to smirch the name Musgrove by associating it with that woman.
No, simply when referring to her, to just throw in a Musgrove here and there, something so just people associate the fact that she has changed her name to hide something. Maybe, I do not know. As you say, you are not fine in these sorts of things, Apollo. However, it seems that you are picking up on some of these subtleties of the social variety. The second thing is it is not something that we are forced to do ourselves or alone. I know you have a large family. The Gwillams are large and widespread. However, there are many people that Susie has upset recently. Some that I'm sure would love to assist in archival historical discoveries, families that have been here just as long as some of your family members.
This sort of work is not my forte, but I do know someone who's really good at paperwork. I think you need to meet Mikey.
And Ro will like turn to Linda and be like, "Oh, Mikey, I've told you about Mikey before. This should be good."
He has a mind for paperwork and already has been beating the drum, as it were, about Ms. Master Smith and his particular brand of creative justice.
And I cannot wait to meet him.
Sadly, a lot of people say that. It's annoying.
But we're going to take that camera and pan it down the street a little further to the home of Susie Masters Smith. How you doing?
Oh, well, we're just going to have to go and uh, start making plans, that's all. We've got some sort of people cast out of heaven living down the street, and sadly, they have married into that lovely family, the Ottileans. Well, seem to be, it's so nice. So we've got some problems here. So we're going to just have to do a little bit of work, uh, set in to motion some mm, plans, some preparations. If we've got some sort of uh, devils of some sort on the street being threatening, well, we're going to have to go and make sure that people know about this. We're going to have to let the various, well, we're going to have to let security and whatnot know about this problem just in case that I've been threatened by some sort of who knows what that is. Just we need to make sure we have a what do we call it? Uh, we need a paper trail just in case. I mean, I've been threatened. So I need to make sure that we need to make sure people know about this, people who need to know about this know about this. And then I'm going to start working on my business, which will involve, I think, just a little bit of finding out a little bit more about that family.
So you're going to try and find out more about that family, is what I'm hearing.
A little bit, just some things we're going to try to find out about them. Indeed, yes. Spend a little bit of time doing some, research. But first, calling, of course, my office, and letting all the people who need to know what they need to know, and then putting people on the job. And I need to just get a couple of things.
I feel that this is a role. I feel that this is a
I think for tonight we're just going to be alerting people of what they need to know.
Okay.
And then, because it's sort of the evening, and then we've come. This is one of those things you don't rush it. You let yourself take the time to
okay.
go and do this.
All right then. In which case, I think right now the first thing for the to get things under the ball rolling, I just need a status reputation roll, please, and thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Uh, 16.
Thank you. I mean, you are a member of the House of Representatives. You do have security, particularly after the unfortunate incidents in 1968. Security has been growing. No one wants to have another JFK problem.
No, and there've been so many assassinations and all of that. Very
Yes.
distressing.
Very distressing. Um,
Yes.
so as the evening comes to a close, I think this is where we're going to take our
I'm
break.
just setting up my security.
Yes,
No.
your bodyguards are being informed. The state police are also being informed because you are in the state of Georgia. How effective that is, considering that it is the state of Georgia in 1975, and they have some very complicated issues about the definitions of threatening. Fun facts you learn. Because the first question the state police is going to ask you was a weapon involved.
Well, I'm just saying that he was threatening me. In case I get murdered, you'll know who to look for.
Was a
Basically, I do
weapon
not assume they're going
involved,
to do
ma'am?
anything at all. No, I'm just letting you know if I get killed, you should go and look for him. If you're not going to do anything, you can do something after I'm murdered, and then it'll be on your conscience.
Have a pleasant evening,
As my
ma'am.
husband was murdered. Indeed.
I believe he committed
And what was
suicide.
your badge number, please?
I can believe he committed suicide
that-
after being involved with an illegitimate
Excuse me,
prostitute.
that was never actually
Click.
determined. That was never. Yes, I'm going to take sure of my security. I'm going to find out who that was, and I'll put that person's name on my list as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that they were the right thing to do, but unfortunately, in 1975, according to the definitions, unless a weapon is involved, you weren't actually threatened, ma'am.
Yes, well, I'm going to find that person, and I'm going to make him on my list as well. And I'm also going to go and complain about him being rude to me, a U.S. representative. And I'm going to make that person's life also a little bit miserable. And also, I did not call them. I called my security, but that's all right.
No, but your security would have called the state police, and they would have asked you.
Yes.
You have reported a threat. Was a weapon involved? And if you did not give a weapon involved, then they're assholes.
Yes, but yes, that's why I'm going to make his life also miserable.
Oh yeah, probably. Go right ahead.
Mm-hmm.
His life is shit. Anyways, he's not a GBI. He's just a state cop. Complicated.
That's why it's easy to make his life miserable. Actually, punching down is much easier than punching up.
I'm going to have to make a roll once we come back from break.
Okay, but we're going to go on break right now. We're going to come back in about 5-10 minutes. Stretch, bio, refresh, get yourself some water. I think the end of the evening is the perfect time to end for the break, and then when we come back, it'll be a brand new dawn, a brand new day, and drama building in this court. I'm so happy.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see you in a few minutes, everybody. Until then, enjoy. You get to have 2 doses of the wonderfully fabulous KY Hawkeye and the wonderfully fabulous introductions and some wonderful ads that he is going to be providing for you all, because we missed 1972. So you get to have lots of things for you all. But we will see you in a few minutes, everybody. Bye-bye.
Need something new to attract people to your bar or restaurant? What you need is the newest game of skill from the Atari Corporation, Pong. It is the newest two-player video skill game from the team that pioneered video technology. Featuring simple-to-operate controls, realistic sounds, and a solid-state TV and components for a long, rugged life. With a 1-year computer warranty, this coin-operated game has shown high profits in location after location for only 25 cents a play. Its low-key cabinet is suitable for sophisticated locations. Locate your local distributor today and ask for Pong by Atari.
If she kissed you once, will she kiss you again? You can be certain with Certs. It's a great tasting candy and a great breath mint too. It's two mints in one. Certs is a delicious candy mint that stops even undead breath right in its tracks. It contains a diuretic drop of Retsin, the undead breath purifier. The perfect breath mint, delicious candy mint, whether you're living or dead. Certs is two mints in one. If she kissed you once, will she kiss you again? You can be certain with Certs.
Ready on the clock? Boom.
We're here at the filming of a TV commercial in which a man will shave in less than 20 seconds with the Gillette Magic Razor.
5 seconds.
No other razor can guarantee that it will never cut you, but Magic is enchanted to remove the risk.
10 seconds.
Magic is magically enchanted to prevent nicks and cuts from ever occurring.
15 seconds.
And that's it. 16.8 seconds. A good close shave without a nick or cut. Watch for this commercial on TV. Proof that Magic is rough on your beard, but magic on your face.
Man, I get hot and thirsty out here skateboarding. Me too. This is a job for Kool-Aid. Hey, Kool-Aid.
Oh yeah, Kool-Aid's here, bringing you fun. Kool-Aid's got thirst on the run. Get a big, wide, happy ear-to-ear Kool-Aid smile.
Tastes great. All friends cool. All friends Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid brand soft drink mix. Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm so blue.
She said passionately. Blue? He replied. But you seem so happy, so serene.
I am. That's why my ring is blue.
And then she showed him her Peachy Deal's personality ring. He put it on, and in a little while, it turned amber.
Oh my, you're feeling a little uptight, aren't you?
How'd you know?
The ring told me.
But how can I get blue?
I thought you'd never ask.
Another first here at Peachy Deal's. It's here now, the personality ring you've heard so much about. The fascinating ring that reads your innermost emotions by changing color in response to your body heat. As your mood changes, the stone reflects any one of 7 vibrant colors in a beautiful gold or silver tone setting. For women and men too. Just $5 now at Peachy Deal's in Savannah. Hey, now I'm blue.
Of course you are.
Get your personality ring, just $5 at Peachy Deal's in Savannah.
Back home, they used to call me Sweet William, because candy was my thing. Sometimes after school, we'd buy things and trade with each other. I used to have to give up 10 marbles and a skate key just to get me one Hershey bar. Man, I was the happiest cat around. Only a Hershey bar tastes like a Hershey bar. It's chocolate. Hershey's chocolate. Plain or with freshly roasted almonds.
There's nothing like it you'll ever see. A face as happy as it can be. There's nothing like the face of a kid when it's munching on the greatest taste around. Hershey, the great American chocolate bar.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here refreshed, stretched, ready to dive back into part 2 of Carousel Court in 1975. It is November the not November 4th. I will fix that on the overlay I'll fix that on the title card when we get there. It is the end of the month. And we'll figure it out. But it is welcome back, everybody. It is a Thursday. It is the Thursday before Thanksgiving. Next week is Thanksgiving in 1975. And what is Ro Walters going to do this bright and shiny morning? Or anybody in the Walters household, I guess.
Bright and early this morning. Ro is going to head out to go to work. As always, early in the morning, and he's gotten in the habit recently, after having to sort out so much paperwork with getting the new business or the business they've been working on up and going. So many zoning laws, so many times accidentally encroaching in other people's space, in like the port and things like that, just due to just not knowing, not being familiar with the do's and don'ts of the industrial area. And therefore, there was a lot of faces he saw pretty often, and certain officers that would have to come and be like, all right, what's the issue? Because so-and-so complained. And the same thing with like security guards and things like that. So Ro has gotten in the habit of uh, of picking up himself a coffee and like a box of donuts for everyone, so he could share, to lighten the mood in moments of high attention. But now it became a habit after so many years, so he stops by, even though cops don't, stop by anymore. He'll still go around like the route and be like, "Hey, officer, so and so, how's your morning?" And it's like, "Would you like a donut? I got the type you like." And do that and just like say hello to everyone as I'm walking in, offering different items. And honestly, also listen to a little bit of gossip as we talk. Because I'll stop there and do like the southern thing where we stop and we talk. And we stop for hello, but we really stop for hello and like half a coffee. And a little bit of oh, what happened last night? Oh, how's your granddaughter doing? Stuff like that. So hearing a little bit of gossip of what's happened around the town as he heads into work this morning. Oh, well, I'll be. And I'll make a little bit of commentary of uh, a little bit of more of the. It's like, oh man, those new hairstyles that are popular nowadays take so much time to work on. If I had a dollar for every minute that it took Linda to get ready in the morning, oh, I'd be a rich man at this point. And things like that to like sort of segue out of just like, it's like, oh, I'm not interested in that information, but like I get into the office and like call Linda, who's still at the house, and be like, all right, so what I heard is that Isabel Hall has been chatting it up with some locals up in the hair salon. And I know you've been looking to go back in and try a new salon out, so if you want to head over there, and then I get back to work. And after Luis is off to school, because even though he's a big boy now, he's 13. He's a preteen. Linda is still not gonna let him be totally independent quite yet, so she's still like, helps him get ready, makes him breakfast, and leads him off to school. And he's a little older now, so his like start time's a little later. But after the fact, go ahead.
And the junior high and the high school are at the western edge of the subdivision, literally. The property, that's where the city put the local junior high and high school. They're two separate schools, but they're right next to each other, and there's a overlap in their athletic fields.
Oh,
but they're literally like 3 blocks from your house.
Yeah. So Linda has recently started letting Luis. I mean, he's walked to school before, but like she'll usually do the thing where he walks and she'll like either walk behind him or like drive a little bit more behind, just to make sure he's getting to school okay, because there's some questionable people around. And so after the fact, she'll drive off in her own car and go start doing some of the shopping and things like that, and she'll make sure to stop on by that salon where Miss Isabel Hall and her friends have been frequenting.
Yeah, it's called Truvy.
What's the one in there?
It's Truvy's. Truvy has been a staple in the area for a while. Her mama owned a salon, and now she owns the place, and she's put her name on it. But it's Truvy's in just off the downtown.
And so she'll stop on by the salon and see what's happening.
We'll come
the
back.
Salon.
We'll come back to that. My next question then is, what is Miss Susie Master Smith up to this morning?
Well, of course, you have to go and take the children to school, as you do, as a good homemaker might do, and send the children to school. I have work to do, of course, legislative work, but I'm going to just do a few things at home first. Just spend a few hours at home, relaxing, listen to some music. Nothing out of the ordinary, of course. Just spend a couple of hours at home, reading the newspaper. Spend some time at home in your home office, as you do. And while I'm in my home office for a couple hours in the morning, I'm going to be casting a spell. I'm going to be casting most likely more than one spell, but just one for the moment. The first one, my family has a long history of prophecies. That's what they do. So I'm be casting a vision spell, which is not about a person, but about it's a larger vision situation about organizations, cities, nations, and so forth. Look upon the great tapestry of destiny. And so I am going to cast a vision spell to see which of these forces are arrayed against me. I want to see where my enemies might lie, get a sense of that. So I have to spend some time aligning myself first. I need to make a knowledge test. Let's see. Cancel. All right, so I've got to do a knowledge test first. And this is going to be, let's see. How many bonus dice do I have?
You have 1.
I would like to spend it.
All right, then.
This is just the first part of the ritual moment where I just sort of align myself to the moment, just sort of get the area ready. And let's see, that is a 13, and I needed a 12. So after about an hour of aligning space. I'm ready to start invocating, and this is going to take some time. I need to hit a 9 on awareness as I sort of work to invoke this moment. Let's see. I need the awareness. Here we go. And 11, which does beat it, which means I can see the present, is what I'm looking for, the current state of those that are aligned against me. But now I have to unleash it, which is the moment of unleashing. This is going to take, again, it's been about 6 hours. I'm going to make this roll. It's a will roll. I have to beat a 12 when I unleash this power to gain my stunning insight. And I have to, of course, spend a destiny point for all of these things because that is how that goes. Let us see. Rolled an 18 for this. This is important because each degree of success gives me things. So that was a 12. And degrees of success. I don't know what page that is on.
The degrees of success are 5, starting with the first is achieving the goal, is whatever number you needed to make, and then every 5 above it.
12.
So you needed a 12.
All right, so I've got
1 degree of success.
1 degree of success. So I may ask, so it's interesting because if you meet, so that sort of implies that if I make my number exactly, that I don't get anything at all, which is strange. So that sort of means if you're successful in it, it is you don't get anything, which seems not right.
Yeah,
No, you get 1.
You get 1.
For achieving the DC, you get 1, and then every other degree you get additional.
All right, so I can ask 2 questions of the narrator, and I am spending one of my sorcerer destiny points for this.
Yep.
I also gain a number of prophetic destiny points equal to the degree of success
so basically
in the unleashing +1.
So you spent 1 and you get back 2.
Yes, but that is also but these 2 are only for dealing with the vision that we're going to get. So I get to ask 2 questions.
Yep.
And I'm going to get 2 prophetic destiny points by burning that 1 there. So so I get this. All right, so question 1, what I wanted to know was the forces arrayed against me. I want to know which families are arrayed against me. My first question.
That's a complicated answer because I cannot speak for player families that are not currently present. Right? Like I can't. I physically I can't. I can make assumptions.
I will get the answer. I will get the answer next week.
Yeah,
I'll find out later.
You'll get the answer next week. I can tell you non-players that might be there, but I never make the assumption of players of that be taking player agency in a way that I don't think would be, because they might not be arrayed against you, or they might be with you, or you know.
Well, I will tell you what the 2. I'll tell you what the 2 questions are, which you cannot answer until next week, so that you know, and I will sort of act upon the idea that she has this information. 1, which families are arrayed against me, and then the second question is which one is the most pressingly dangerous? Like, which one is the biggest threat? And I will assume I will just find out next week.
Yeah, I might be able to give you a little bit about that. I mean, I can tell you right now that there are certain families that are NPC families that are arrayed against you. But player families, if either of the other players want to hop in.
I need to make a roll,
yes,
and then I can give excellent information. I need to make a knowledge streetwise roll for Mikey, because that allows me to tell you just how dangerous the Gold family is.
Okay.
Well, I imagine that because for all we know, the Lafayettes are more dangerous and they're the biggest ones. I don't know.
19. Does Mikey pick up about that complaint?
That she made about, I'll complain to your supervisor about the cop? Or they're complaining
Well,
about.
she didn't complain.
The
She
complaint-
told her security. Her security called the state police.
Yeah, but the complaint about
That's the
the
complaint.
police officer. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, about the threat.
No, you're
About
you
the
said
Gwillem threat.
you said that you were going to complain about the attitude of the police officer's response.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that's the one that
But
Mike
I haven't-
wants to know.
but I haven't done yet because it's the morning. Right now, I'm trying to find out who
Okay,
my,
so-
my sources are behind me.
So right now, in the moment, I'm going to say the timeline is such that Mikey has not heard about it because it has not happened yet.
So
Yeah.
the Gwillem family is not that dangerous right now.
Right now, in this case, the Gwillem family is not that dangerous. In actuality, it's not the Lafayettes that are the most dangerous family in this moment against you.
Mhm.
They are number 2. But they are kind of to the side, as it were. No, the two kind of joint families that are against you are the Jadijas and the Eldridges.
Okay. Which means all of my shenanigans will be going against NPC houses rather than PC houses, since the PC houses are not the most dangerous arrayed against me.
Just based on pure status, I know that unless you are teaming up with somebody. Walter, the Walters family, I mean.
Yeah, no, I would say that depending on how you define dangerous, as in a direct attack to the house, not very dangerous, not at all.
This is about supernatural, right? Like, this is like,
Yeah.
what is the destiny of the world saying? All that business.
Direct hits, no. Anything that goes Walters v. You, no. Like, it'll definitely say, like, definitely warning, right? Like, definitely, like, we're
They
not
are
happy
in the
with you.
arrayed against me category.
Yeah.
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 Gwillems are on the top 10 list. I'm going to put it that way,
Yeah.
but we're not number 1.
Yeah, it's like, it's not, I'm like, like, on your radar, but, like, it's something you already knew. You already, like, especially after last night calling you Musgrove, like, that's the level of danger, from the Walters.
There's a difference between being, like, rude and pissy and being arrayed against me. You know what I mean? Like, like, you could just be rude as opposed to your family being arrayed against the Smiths.
I assume, like, you know that the Walters were friends with your dad, and they knew you growing up. They're openly other.
Mhm.
You're openly against others. They don't really talk
Well,
to
yes.
you.
Yes, all those things are true.
And all those things. So, like, just like that baseline of just like, oh, the others don't like me and I don't like others. That's where we're at on
Yeah.
like your level of radar.
And I think when it comes to the Gwillem family, it's a vision of a solar eclipse through angels' wings sort of vision.
So Susie's going to note the list of the families that are arrayed against her, and the one that is the most dangerous, and then will be a long-term plan to destroy them. Because those who are trying to work against me, I have to defend myself against them. So it's going to start with the Jadajars and the Eldridges.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
There'll be some sorcery done.
I need you to make a couple rolls then for your sorcery.
Oh, it'll take a while. It's a bit of a process, but I'll be the heads of their households. I'll be working on. It'll take a couple days.
Yeah, I need to know what you're doing because it might influence the response and defense that they take.
Yes, well, I mean, we could do all the rolls now if you like.
I think I would like to do that, just so I can.
All right.
Just have the rolls done. We're not gonna have to worry about like. I just need to know what you're doing so that they can rely on their defense. Because I have a lot of things I need to do.
Yes, I don't think they get to roll. I just have to beat their sorceress defense,
I know.
which is I wrote it down.
You have to beat their sorceress defense.
That's right. Which is cunning plus endurance plus will, and if they have any sort of averting bonus.
I have to look that, and that's why I just need to have those numbers so that when I can look up their numbers, I have it in front of me and I can do it quickly for you. Even though we know it will take time to have this actually develop, narratively speaking. Thank you for being willing to do this for me.
I will go. You can continue on while I put those numbers together.
I appreciate that.
Cursing them, by the way.
You're cursing them. Oh, that's good.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I'll start with the Jada Jar. I'm gonna get those numbers for the Jada Jar and then the Eldritch head of household.
So, anyways.
And I got those 2 points, so I can do. Don't mind me in the back.
What's going on then with the Gwillums?
At this point, like morning time, like Apollo's at the funeral home, dealing with whoever needs to be addressed today, but has also given phone call over to Mikey going, sorry to bother you. The Smith situation continues to escalate. I'm having discussions with the Walters family. They're of a similar mindset to you about the entire ruining thing. Thought maybe do something purely mundane, Mikey, about, researching her ancestry, since she really likes being a member of that women's Confederacy club. Confederacy. Don't get humanity and them wanting to associate themselves with losers. But yeah, she seems to love that, making her look like she comes from a long line of traitors, would probably go a good way. Again, I love her current name, the one she chooses, the older name, to be as vilified as Benedict Arnold. I know that is something that is purely within your purview. So have at it. Bye.
All right.
Like, I'm just like Mikey getting that message on the answering machine and just going. And I just this is the day before whiteboards, so there is a chalkboard, and I just see him going over to it and going in the support column, adding 1, and then walking back to his desk.
Yes, I see this as well. All right. So, as you are working on figuring out how you are attacking the Jadajas, I'm
just doing
math is important.
Math is important. Math is very important. Okay, so while you do some math, I am going to okay, sorry. I was also doing math, which is why I needed to know what we were doing and who you were doing it against. It's their passive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the passive magic defense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But it's all based on ranks. Okay, cool.
So I have a 26 uh, against the Jadaja head.
Mm-hmm.
I also get an extra degree of. I get to add an extra degree for the result for the result of the unleashing if I get past their defense.
Yeah, I'm doing math right now. Sorry. I'm
No
double
worries.
checking.
It's it's cunning, endurance, will.
Cunning, endurance,
I should
will,
write down my source.
and some get
An
the
averting
ability
bonus if they have equipment.
averting
like
or other things, and also possibly knowledge depending on how things go. As I'm reading here. If you have somebody who is trained in magic, as in they have been taught, which is why you have that skill is in the house benefit sheet, that knowledge, your knowledge rank can also get added to your defense or your attack, depending. Or learning new works. It's how you learn about new works, and it can help you.
Yes.
It does add things. This is this, and this becomes that. Math is hard. Cool. That is 2 degrees of success total.
Did I succeed?
As I said, 2 degrees of success.
So you get your bonus
Okay.
one, so you have 3 degrees.
I have 3 degrees of success. I'll come back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is going to last for 15 years, this curse. And I'm going to, since I got these 2 prophetic points, I will burn it to make it permanent.
Uh-huh.
I will be giving them the drawback outcast.
Okay. Let me add that to my list of things that are going on. Please read for the audience of those playing at home what you've just done to these poor, very kind people who have done nothing to you.
They, by prophecy, says that they are the ones who are most dangerous and aligned against me, which means they have done things against me.
No.
They deserve whatever they get.
No. Prophecy means it's in the future, my dear child. They have not done anything against you yet.
No, I specifically, this is the present. Who in the present
is arrayed against you
is the most threatening towards me.
And the most
yes.
the biggest
and who's
threat
the most
to you.
threatening?
And the biggest
yes,
threat. That doesn't mean that they've done anything.
Outcasts have done or accused of doing something dreadful, and you've been cast out of your lands. Take minus 2d on status tests.
Mm-hmm.
I have given them that drawback.
You have given them that
the head
drawback.
Of the Jadajas.
You did indeed.
I will, and that'll be permanent. And I will now do the math for the Eldritches.
Okay, here. Hold on a moment. Yes, self-fulfilling prophecies. It might be the truth. Cool. Cool. All right. And then I need to do math on the Eldridges. Cool. That's an easy number to do. You rolled it twice. Oh, you're rolling.
I'm rolling for the Eldritches now, which is knowledge, will.
Yeah. So the first knowledge is the...
It's the alignment, then the invocation, and then the unleashing.
Yeah.
So I have to align first, which I was successful at. I get an extra bonus die. Then I do my invocation, which I was successful at. You need a 12 for that one. And then I have to do the unleashing. And the success on the invocation will increase the length.
Potency.
Yeah. 16. Does that beat their?
That does not beat their defense.
Okay. So the Eldritches, I do not.
You do not
curse.
get to curse the Eldritches. I do, however, need a roll from Susie.
Absolutely. What would you like?
So we're assuming this process is going to take a couple days, right? This whole
It takes about 4 hours.
4 hours, a whole day,
Per-
right? This is a whole
So
day's
in
evolution.
8 hours between the two curses.
Yes.
So
Basically, I do the. Yeah.
You know, you've spent a day seeing and then setting up your cursing and then setting up a second curse. It's a whole day evolution. Your kids have probably been, have come home and are getting ready for
So
bed.
I do like the first curse. They do the first curse on Thursday and then the second curse the day after, so that I can do while they're at school.
So you can do two while they're at school. So the first curse will go off, and the second curse attempts to go off. I need from Susie to make me a roll, please. And this particular roll is going to be where is it? It is a will courage roll.
Mm-hmm.
And there are no bonus dice that you need at the moment.
Yep. I imagine this is to see someone can send me to figure out if I was doing it. Do my wards help me?
Your wards will give you a +1. How many wards do you have? You get a +1 for each ward that you have.
I have got. House investments. I have got general wards +10 fortune. That one. That's what I got.
Mm-hmm. So that will be that's a 1 ward. +1 for the wards.
Okay. +1 bonus die?
No,
or +1 to the final roll?
+1 roll to the final roll.
+1 to the roll, which is huge.
Okay. And 13.
It's very limited in this game, just give flat bonuses.
Yes. Flat bonuses are great.
As a longtime 3.0 fighter, yes. Yes, they are.
So I'm going to say with a 59, they do see you.
Of course. That's a lot of... it's a lot. 16 dice.
16 dice. They didn't roll with they have certain things that they can roll with, although they didn't for this defense. So
they could have had more than 16.
Yeah. But you cursed them, so some of those things are gone. But they know who cursed them now.
Good. Let's go for it. I mean, again, I imagine the house will be destroyed by next week. So I'm not. This is like go down a blaze of glory.
I am here for it, but we aren't going to assume that anybody's going down. And you can't. No, we can't have you go down next week. You're not here.
Oh, well. What do you mean I'm not here?
Aren't you? Don't you have a guest next week?
Am I think that's in October, right?
This is October 1st, dear. Tonight is October 1st.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. That's not happening until October the 22nd.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason you had a guest next week. Okay. Sorry. My bad. Okay, then yes, you are here. That's my misunderstanding. So yes, I have one. For those of you following along at home, I have one major rule as a GM. I will never kill you, however that's defined, or your character, if you are not present at my table. For 2 reasons. Number 1, I feel that is very unsportsmanlike. And number 2, I want to see everybody's juicy reaction to all the trauma.
I suspect since we're going to be skipping forward 2 or 3 years, you should probably roll to attack me at the end of this session, because I imagine they'll be destroyed before we get back next week.
They are choosing not to for historical reasons, as was mentioned previously. It's 1975, and the Jadajos are very involved in certain things that are going on in the Indian subcontinent at the moment. That's if it had been anybody else, they would have. But given the fact that we've already established that they are actively involved in certain politics that are going on in the separation between East and West Pakistan into Pakistan and Bangladesh, and the certain tensions that are rising in the Kashmiri region, not as a major problem yet, but as begun tensions existing. They're very involved in that right now. So this role was for them to be like, notice that they were cursed, and then figure out who cursed them.
Also, Trooper, give me time.
Yeah. Other people wanted to attempt to destroy you, Trooper. It's fine.
Look, if they're rolling 16 dice for magic, when people are like, most people like to look at rolling at 5, they can just take me out real fast and real easy.
No,
and I feel like it would take them only like 4 or 5 hours to do so. You know what I mean?
The only reason they do so is because because Pooja spent a bunch of destiny die to get certain benefits that would allow them to add certain ranks. That's it.
Right. I'm just saying it's about 4 hours to do a malediction. Like they could kill her in the next 4 hours. Like if they want her dead, they can just do a malediction and it will take them 4 hours to do it. It will not take much time. Even if they're busy, it's not much time to do it. I'm just saying that it is doable.
I'm very intrigued, Susie, by how much knowledge you have about how quickly someone could cast a malediction. Should we be concerned? I feel like it might be a concern and that we might need to look at. No, yes, there's an entire possibility that you might end up dead by the end of the night, but you're not necessarily, but really, realistically speaking, there's been established story reasons why they are not currently focused on you. You have now brought their attention down on them, or you have brought their attention down upon you, but that is it.
So, when does Susie issue the complaint about the officer?
Well, she's got bigger things right now. Like, that's small fries. Like, right now, she's got to deal with the fact that she's got to curse some people. Like, this is going to be one of those things that's not going to take in a couple of days. She also has to check with her security to see what's up with them, because she did not call the Georgia State Police, right? So she's got to find out what happened there. Like, she's got to go. Like, she's got cursing to do, and then she's got to track down what happened.
Yeah, but
there's probably in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so it'll be weeks.
It's not a top priority.
So it'll be weeks before Mikey finds out. So this will be a future Mikey's issue, but I just want to. So we get like a small montage, like in the interim. Once he does find out, Mikey is going to befriend this officer. He is going to become his best friend. And he is going to insinuate that every single ill in this poor man's life is tied to just one individual who, if they disappear, all those problems would go away. And so someone completely human and mundane is motivated to remove this problem.
Are you forcing this poor young cop to run a hit on this woman?
I am just convincing this man to take destiny in his own hands.
Well, you can roll that convince then.
I'd love to.
What is Ro Walters doing during this drama-filled weeks leading around Thanksgiving? Yes.
I'm using those 2 bonus dice.
You may go right ahead. Oh, I should also say that I remove my bonus die from me and take you
30.
Good lord. Yeah, I will say part of that was I did roll 4 6s and a whole lot of 5s. Uh, with a 30, this man was all, you know, it's one of those, he was already willing to blame her because he got chewed out for not taking her seriously, and she made a point of saying that she was going to complain, and everybody knows that that woman is just
Evil.
no, she worse than evil, she vile. There is this difference in the South between evil and vile. And
That is
vile
very true.
and vile, no, there are some people that are just vile. And he is convinced that Susie Masters Smith is absolutely vile. Someone for whom the entire police force, the city, the state of Georgia would be better off if they were permanently removed from existence. But what is Ro Walters doing while this is happening?
I'll have to think about what Ro's doing. Linda, however, Linda has been trying to endear herself to the little crew inside of Truvies.
So I need a roll from you.
Yes.
Okay? This is going to be, it's a very, very interesting roll. I need a status breeding roll. Not reputation, just breed. Or, no, excuse me. Reputation, not breeding. Status reputation.
Okay. So, as I've slowly been rolling Linda's character during the stream, I have taken the favored, what are they called? Talents in this game? Favored ability?
Yeah.
Favored thing?
Yeah.
So favored is a particular social group favors you. This might be nobility, common folk, soldiers, faithful or religion, blah blah blah, so on and so forth.
You can pick the social ladies.
I can pick the social ladies. I was gonna ask you because I'm like, it's probably gonna be like the ladies group, but I wouldn't know how to define that. But this works well.
You know,
so
it's not quite
that
the ladies who
means-
lunch, but it's that same kind of level of the ladies who go every week to get their hair done in the exact same salon.
Very true. All right.
And depending on where that salon is located in Savannah, it may or may not have cocktails.
Yeah. Let's see. And abilities in this game are defined by like agility, animal handling, athletics,
Yes.
awareness,
Those are the
etc.
abilities.
Okay.
And then anything under that are specializations, and those are bonus dice.
All right. And you said status breeding, right?
Reputation.
Status reputation, not breeding.
Status
I misspoke the first time. I didn't want reputation.
All right. Status reputation. Do I have a dice? I do have a dice. I will be using that dice.
The one in your frame, you may very happily use your bonus die.
Yeah. No, that does not apply to this. An 18.
And an 18 is very good. You have now established yourself as a positive influence and are being well looked after. Isabel Hall was willing to vouch for you to a degree, but now you're hanging out with true. Now, look, I am freely going to acknowledge that one of the inspirations for this game is one of my favorite movies of all time. Hi, go watch it. It's called Steel Magnolias. And Truvies is run by Miss Truvy. Miss Truvy is Dolly Parton with the biggest hair. Well, excuse me, the second biggest hair, because it is not 1980 yet, and her hair will grow in 1980. But it is a massive bouffant buff thing. And the other ladies that you will see there every week, Isabella Hall, and actually another nice lady, Iris Solano is another lady that will attend every week. Getting her hair done. Excuse me. And where is the I did put these people in. Gayatri Jadija. Jadija. She looks absolutely stunning. She and Isabella Hall, if you put the two of them next to each other, they are like fashion icons. And you can see where like they are that ageless level of older woman beauty. You know, dark. Both of them have very dark hair, darker olive skin tones. Gayatri, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Gayatri, yeah.
Yeah, I did it. Gayatri is a little bit darker skinned than Isabella. More.
They're both timeless beauties.
But they are both absolutely timeless beauties, and you could just picture them on the style of a screen. And they are those kind of women that they reached 40 and then just stopped aging, right? Like they will look this age until they're 85, maybe. Who knows? You know, those kind of timeless beauties. And they are more than willing to introduce Linda, you know, they Gayatri hasn't really hung out with a lot of people in Carousel Court, partially for language issues and partially because of, you know, just cultural norms that she was doing. But now that Linda is hanging out with her and Isabella at the Miss Truvy's, well, just rising in estimation. And does your curse, Susie, affect the whole family or just the head of the household?
Just the head of the household. I just cursed the head of the household.
So probably by about 2 weeks in, you would have. Gayatri is now informing Isabella and the rest of the ladies at the salon with Miss Truvy's. It's a small, like, outhouse, you know, small, what was probably a shed or a garage that has been converted and is now like the salon. And she is now talking about the unfortunate reactions that her husband Rambrier is getting from some people who are turning their backs on him after he's done so much for the neighborhood and the society and everybody, and that she has strong suspicions that a particular individual has engaged in malicious acts against their family.
A heavily implied individual, I'm sure. And
well, of course they're not going to say anything at the salon.
Oh, of course
yet.
Not. And Linda, you know, will dote and be like, "Oh no, that's awful. You know, your husband has been wonderful since we moved in, and you know, just all of that sort of pleasantry. And it's awful, you know, after all the things that have been happening to this neighborhood, from the poor water quality and the malady and in the neighborhood. Target someone is so uncouth.
Well, we all knew that they didn't have any standards after they changed their names. They couldn't even pick an actual first name. They had to pick a nickname to have as their first name.
Yeah, you know, it's like they say, you cannot buy class. You have to grow into it. You have to learn it. You have to practice it. And they are so no better than a pest.
And when you have such a pest and an infestation, you call it an exterminate. Ah?
Exactly. Although some of them are very hard to get rid of, sometimes you have to employ different tactics.
And there's a smirk and an agreement that's kind of like implied, right? Like, everybody knows, and there's going to be a discussion, but you're not going to say that in public, even in such a sacred and private public space as your hair salon.
Of course, of course. You never know who's listening. You know, the glass windows are only so thick. And Linda will we'll move the conversation to lighter topics, other things happening in a neighborhood that are a little more interesting. Thanksgiving's coming up, so like starting to talk about things that
Yeah.
they're gonna do, family that might be coming over, etc.
So interesting discussions. Could you roll me, please and thank you, an awareness notice? Actually, anybody, I want all of you to roll me an awareness notice as the week kind of passes.
Oh, then I will be doing this on Ro Walters, not on Linda. One of us is a little more
16.
observant than the other. 21.
Mm-hmm. It's a late evening, Saturday after Thanksgiving. That fine line between evening and dusk and twilight. There have been a couple people shooting off fireworks because, welcome to Georgia. There's a holiday celebration. They're gonna be fireworks. There's a car parked in front of the Adelines' house. It doesn't belong to the Adelines. It doesn't belong to no one that anybody recognizes. Been there for a couple hours now. Nobody's in it, just sitting there.
How fancy.
How fancy? It is a 1970 Ford Torino. And Pope is looking at me like...
Is it in the driveway or in front of the house?
It's in front of the house in that little circular portion of the little cul-de-sac that makes up the actual court of Carousel Court. And kind of like in between the Adelines and the Apasses, right on that like little border section of their property, like right about there. If you look on the map. It's been there for a little bit. It's a blue and white, or excuse me, white and blue, as in the blue stripes and a white lid. 1970 not Gran Torino.
Ford.
Oh crap! I just had it. Oh god. 1970 Ford. What the heck name of it? I literally just had it. Not the Torino.
Is it not the Torino?
No, it was the Torino. I did say that, didn't I? It was a Ford Torino.
Yeah.
I was like, it is a Ford Torino.
Yeah.
I was like, had this moment of... It is
and it's been there all day?
Been there for a couple hours.
Nice car.
It's 5 years old.
Sorry. You both just all turned and looked at the camera at the same time with the same expression.
It's just
That was really good.
1 year old. just it's a 74, right? When 70.
No, it's 1970. The 1970
70.
Gran
Okay.
Torino.
Yeah.
And
A
you can
little bit
tell the
older.
difference because
Okay.
the back end lights are different, and it's not a Gran Torino, it's just a regular Torino. And yes, there is a distinction, and yes, it is an important one. Not the least of which the size of the carburetor and or the engine.
And the family, I'm gonna say let the kids out, well, as if they were dogs. And then the Ardeleans haven't let young Persephone out to get her energy out.
Not that you've seen. I mean, there was rumor that they might be going out of town for the holiday. It is a holiday weekend. You haven't seen them all weekend, so perhaps they went out of town for Thanksgiving or something.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
If it's 75, they may have gone. Is that after Disney opened in Florida?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
They've taken a little bit.
As the Walters family, we'll keep a neighborly eye on the car, but they won't. No muss, no fuss. They're celebrating a wonderful, wonderful holiday of a lot of food. And really the only part about it they really enjoy. So.
Yeah, we already asked how many times y'all had a key party, and we did not get a satisfactory answer.
Number.
As you know, the limit does not exist.
This is true. And so, what are the Gwillums or the Master Smiths doing?
Once Apollo sees the car, again, there's nobody in it.
Nope. It's just been sitting there.
Just stays inside, but keeps an eye peeled. Because to his knowledge, the Ardeleans aren't here.
Mm-hmm.
That is not any of their vehicles.
No, I do not think the Ardeleans are going to have a 1970 Ford Torino.
No. So it's just, again, concerned eye, still going about, taking care of the house, probably doing some dishes, but something gives him a bad feeling about that car.
Mm-hmm. Trooper.
I'm just trying to get our dates. Trying to figure out what our date is right now. What date? I'm trying to look it up. The date. The Saturday after Thanksgiving. So I'm trying to figure out what Thanksgiving was.
So this is what it is. Saturday would be the 29th.
So November the 27th.
It was Thanksgiving, and
so Saturday 29th.
Yep.
Probably most likely for Saturday, we're probably doing something very. I imagine we're probably going with the boys to some sort of like Pop Warner football, that sort of a thing. Bring probably out there in the take because boys got to do their sports and all of that.
It's after Thanksgiving. All the Pop Warner's done, and the high school team playoffs will be in the next week because you don't want to get in the way of exams.
Well, I
So,
imagine we're out is what we're
yeah,
doing. We're probably
probably
doing
out.
something either athletic or because you got to get the boys running around and being athletic and all that, and probably having a nice photo op and all of that as well to show sort of familyness and sportiness and all of that.
Okay. So you're
We'll
out
give
most of the
something
day.
wholesome. Yeah, something wholesome. You know, making people see the things and showing the sort of motherly care that one has. Make sure the photographs show the motherly care. That's important. And then having
I need that. I need that status. No, actually, this is. I'm gonna say this is mm, a deception act.
I don't think it is deception.
How good is Masters at football nowadays? How's he?
He's not good at
How's he
football.
doing?
It's not good at
But
football.
he's out here, still out there making them.
Yes, that is correct. Doesn't matter whether he likes it or not.
Yes, and to answer Cronin's question, that Susie does have help.
Yes, and she's probably also with her sister as well. Good family business.
Family out, and you could have gone to the Georgia Tech game. Yeah, considering it's probably played in it's either Athens or Atlanta, and from Savannah, either one is easy, particularly if it's played in Athens. Well,
yes. Well, then we'll probably make sure we do that as well.
I'm saying
patriotic.
I'm saying it's deception act for the pictures, not for the act itself, but for the pictures to read. Or I'll let you roll. I'll roll. I'll let you roll. I'll let you roll persuasion act.
Let's see. We'll do persuasion. Acts under deception. So that would be.
Yeah. So whatever. If you have any bonus dice in act, you can use them for through persuasion.
19.
19. With a 19, the populace are very aware and very, supportive of this widow woman who's taken on the burdens of her husband's position in Congress and caring for these two boys and just the right sort of people, according to folk.
Good folk.
Good folk.
Yeah, so I'm just there with my sister and her children and my children, and having a good time. Probably also at the Georgia Tech game. Perfect photo op. I'll make sure that everybody knows.
And
you know.
What do you do later in the evening when y'all come home? Just anybody.
Well, I suppose one of the things is that car still there late at night?
Well, the game was probably over by 4 o'clock. Went out to dinner, came home at 6, maybe 8 o'clock. The car is no longer there by 9:30.
Yeah, so we had to drive in from either Athens or Atlanta, whatever that game was.
And the drive from Athens to Savannah is actually shorter than the one from Atlanta to Savannah.
As when Ro hears the car start up.
Yeah, and you're right, that is not a quiet vehicle.
No, it's distinct. He is going.
That's one word for it.
Ro's gonna walk out and pretend he's getting something from his car. Like I'm sweeping the grass or whatever. I'm being nosy because I want to see who it is that was in the house or visiting the Ardelines, for all I know.
Well, with the 21, you see a dashing young gentleman behind the wheel of a Ford Torino, blue and white. kind of well styled and coiffed hair, mimicking the great fashion icon that is Tom Jones in the 1970s. Is very poofy. There's a mustache. And a very low cut, open shirt.
So like of the times. But do they strike me as the all the Ardelines I've met have had like a certain poise to them. They all, they have a sort of lean swagger to them that is like, oh, you're an Ardeline. No matter what you may say, you're an Ardeline. And does this individual have that sort of poise, or do they hold themselves in a similar fashion?
Are you asking if they might be something other than perhaps?
No, if they're like part of the family,
They don't look like any member of the Adeline family you've ever seen, but they are a very poised and styled individual.
Something akin to how Opal, especially when she was younger, used to act or used to hold herself.
Perhaps, or more like Opal's daddy.
All right.
With a 21, yeah, you would clock that.
As a, and I'll just continue to rummage in like the glove box. I don't know, of the car to get whatever I was missing that I came out here for. And I'll fiddle in there until until they drive away. Then I'll take, I don't know, like an old envelope I left in there, and I'll head back into the house. Stack of napkins with that information at hand.
Anything the Gwillums are doing?
Again, when that thing turns over, it's like the saying "found on road dead" just blares out of the tailpipe. And no, the eyes go to the driver's seat to get a look at who, what misfit, what cursed individual is driving this thing.
Young-ish, attractive, male, dark hair, mustache, poofy hair.
Have I seen him before?
No.
Do I clock him as human?
With a 20, he is definitely not.
I'm going to take the license plate.
Okay. You can make a note that you have the license plate. I do not have a license plate written down for this individual off the top of my head, and I'm not going to get into that.
I'm going to take down the nice license plate.
It is a Georgia plate, by the way.
Yeah.
And because you are taking down the license plate, you can actually take down the county if you wish.
I'll take the information because I'm going to forward that to Mikey to make an inquiry about.
The county is DeKalb.
Okay.
For those of you playing along at home, DeKalb is one of the 4 counties that make up the metro area of Atlanta.
Yeah.
The easternmost. Well, the northeasternmost. Also, fun fact, it will, in about 30 years, it'll be the first time that the DeKalb County has some issues. Let's just put it that way.
We're taking that down for the information about some strange younger individual with that plate out in front of the Arlene house. Then I'm going to walk out back.
Mm-hmm.
Just take like a quick peek over the fence, make sure that nothing in the backyard maybe creeped out or was disturbed.
Can you roll me an awareness notice? This is a new
Yeah.
location and individual and things.
Legit. 22.
Nothing is disturbed in the back.
Makes me feel a little bit better, not a lot.
Mhm.
But then just head in for the night.
Trooper, you look like you want to do something.
No, I was just contemplating uh, sports games and Opal's dad, and just if it is unusual for us to have seen him before, because presumably he has been around, and we have seen Opal's father before.
Yes, and this is not Opal's father. It just happened to remind Ro of, instead of being more like Opal, it was more like her daddy. In personality and other things, perhaps one might consider. However, it is the Saturday evening. It's a Sunday morning. Sunday, November 30th. I know certain people are going to make sure they get themselves to church on time.
Absolutely. And to that Baptist church where all the people who hate the others go, because that's the one we go to. The respectable church.
Yeah, and you're one of those Baptists that go at 12 o'clock and don't leave until 3, aren't you?
Well, we're doing all the proper things, as a matter of fact. We would never go to some sort of strange Quaker situation. We have gone to a good place, and it's the place where my late husband's family would go, and all the rest of the ones, therefore, therewith aligned would go.
So tormenting the poor children that don't get to watch Sunday morning cartoons because they'll start up noon.
Yeah, of course. What? Come on now. Got to do the right thing and listen to a lot of hell and brimstone on a Sunday rather than cartoons.
No wonderful world of Disney for poor masters. Sad.
Sad. Poor Masters, indeed.
Masters doesn't get to a lot of things, but that's not the point. He's a child. Child don't get to make the decision about what they want to do with their lives. They do what their parents tell them to do, which is church and football.
Which is church and football. You know, baseball is
whether
an
they
option.
like it or not.
Baseball is an option.
Not really. We need to have a really good, very good, vigorous, manly sport. Something like football rather than baseball. Come on now.
It's the 70s. Baseball's freaking huge.
This is also true.
Yes, but we're down here, not out there. And also, Simba doesn't even have a team. It has a minor league team.
Yeah, but the Braves are huge at this period.
Yes, but again, I want my boy to be toughened up a little bit.
Remember how we said that there's some interesting things? So it is a Sunday at church. And of course, like everybody who attends a good Baptist revival meeting, or meeting in general, service, you are outside making sure yourself is seen, meeting all the other church ladies, afterwards, talking with a couple people, Masters and your other son's name, who
Johnson.
Masters and Johnson. That's right. That he calls himself. He's decided that his name is John because he is a teenage boy in Savannah. He has not taken the name Johnson.
They're not teenagers just yet. I think they're actually still quite young.
No, aren't they 13?
They
It's
are
1975.
12.
12.
So not yet.
Okay,
teenagers.
even worse. They are preteens. They are preteens in 1975. He's like, my name is John.
Mm-hmm. All right, Johnson. He's 12. We're gonna call him Johnson. That's his name.
Poor child.
I love you, Trooper.
They don't get to just act out. It's
No,
not how
no,
this
no.
works.
No, his name is, he says is, my name is John, and then he walks away quickly, like that like.
Yes. I mean, he
And
can say that all he wants. That's just not what's happening, though. You know what I mean? Like 12-year-olds can talk, but 12-year-olds not in charge. So
I love
he's going
the
to continue to call
irony.
Johnson.
I love the irony of this about the fact of a woman who changed her name because she didn't like it, getting all up in her son's, choosing to shorten his name to John.
That is correct. There's a difference between adults and children. Children are to be seen and not heard. So when they start speaking about whatever silliness they have, well, we don't pay attention to that. You have to have good discipline and a good, strong family. And yes, absolutely.
We need to get a line upstairs because at this point I'm expecting you to get struck down by lightning.
Oh no, no.
Jack.
But Susie, your sons have left you as you were talking to the ladies to hang out with the other young people of the church group.
Yeah, I imagine that they're probably. I keep my eyes on them. I don't ever let them out of my sight because we are always at risk from dangerous people. Because we are, officials get assassinated all the time, and I keep my eyes on them. We chat, but I keep my eyes on them, and of course, my sister and her children are running about as well. But I do not let them out of my sight.
So, it makes sense. I'm gonna do that.
Because she is, a little bit paranoid, as it were.
Yes.
Well, she's cautious. She's not cautious. Not paranoid, cautious.
Not paranoid. I'm not saying that she's paranoid, but as you are watching your son, does a 15 beat your physical defense?
Now, let me see. Probably, as I'm not a physical person.
And I don't think you have any
Yes, it
armor.
does. My physical defense is no. My physical defense is a 9.
Okay, so
it
that's
certainly does.
1 degree of success, not 2.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. As you are busy looking at your sons and paying attention to them and making sure that they're all right, a gun goes off behind you. And because we are modifying certain rules because the system isn't built for firearms, I am using modified rules for this, and it is the damage roll. Why did I just lose that? All right. Combat. Damage. Here we go. Okay, but why does this thing... Okay, yeah. What is the actual roll? Opponent hits you in combat, you're risking taking any damage. For damage?
It's not a roll.
Oh yeah, it's
a set amount for value for the weapon.
Yeah.
Plus whatever the modifier is, modifier ability, and the degrees of success governs how much damage.
Yeah, so we're just going to take a standard sword damage, and we'll just go with basic damage. Which...
that can be modified since it is a ranged weapon by what kind of round is being fired.
It's a standard bullet. I mean, he's using a... Everyone else will see a gentleman in his, in the uniform of a state trooper with none of the insignia of the state trooper, fire his service revolver at Mrs. Susie Masters Smith and shoot her in the back. And 1 degree. So it's what, 4 damage, I think?
I can't. That seems very low.
Yeah, it's okay. No, here we go. Nope, that's reach. Where is it in this book? Okay, what? Screw it. I have cheat sheets. I have cheat sheets for a reason. Multiply the weapon's damage by degrees of success you've scored. And there's only 1 degree of success, which is the point. So, sword.
Weapon. How much damage does that do?
Yeah, like that's the question. Is like finding.
Again, finding because weapons are split up in 3 different places, which is one of the worst things about the book.
Sorry, y'all.
So,
okay.
So let me see here. Combat weapons.
I think what's this for longbow?
Yeah.
I would actually.
Okay, it's the longbow.
I would go with the crossbow.
That makes sense. A crossbow comparison. That makes a good sense. Yes, let's go with crossbow.
I would go with a medium crossbow. So it would have piercing 1, but you're not wearing armor. So it would be the individual's
agility +1.
+1. So likely, if he is a law enforcement officer, it would be 4 damage.
Yeah, 4 damage. Let's go with that. That makes sense to me.
Plus the, but that's basic. You know, there's a degree of success as well.
Yeah, but there's
right?
only, but he only got 1 degree of success. The degree of success is how many. You know, it's +5, and he got a 15.
If he got 1 higher, he would have done 8, but he only got 1.
No, wait. Your physical defense is 9.
Yes.
No, he got 2 degrees of success because it's a 15.
Okay, in that case, that's 8.
Yeah. No, it. 4 times the degrees of success.
4 times 2 would be 8.
4 times 2 is 8.
Are you still standing, or are you taking a wound?
Let me see. I currently am still standing. Technically.
But you are bleeding, and everyone hears this gunshot go off. There's screaming, there's running. It's a Sunday afternoon in Savannah, the weekend of Thanksgiving. There's blood coming from you. You are this
on the ground,
and this officer, Henry, is loudly proclaiming your vile nature, how you attacked his integrity, how you were an unstable influence and got him fired, how you purposely maligned and defamed him and claimed that he was other, and no, he is a God-fearing human, goddammit.
She claimed that he was an other, but you know, I just think he was incompetent.
That just what you sold, your discussion with his supervisor may not have been the discussion that he had with the supervisor with Mikey.
He clearly is not well.
He shot you in the back. He is not well. You are probably very not good right now. Am I right?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You are okay?
No, I am not good. I'm on the ground bleeding, and they're screaming every which way.
Yes. Would you like to take an action? Because his surprise round was to shoot you in the back.
Well, I'm on the ground, so I don't think there's much I can do.
I mean, you could try and kick him.
I can't imagine he's within melee range.
Oh, no, he walked up behind you to shoot you in the back. And now he's standing over ranting at you. There's a whole scene about this, and he's gesturing with the gun.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that she can do as a non-combatant at this moment besides try to crawl away.
I mean, it's an option.
I mean, she's a person who just got shot.
Yes.
You know what I mean? She's not a combatant. I don't think that she would be of the mind to go running about like becoming all dirty Harry on somebody or some such thing.
No, fun
If she
fact,
was
he's kind of
somebody,
imitating that.
yes. Let me see. Where am I? Combat actions. 131. I imagine if there's some sort of like all-out defense or some such thing, so that's what she'd probably do something like that. As she's trying to move away.
Yeah, would probably be maneuver. Would be your best bet here, or
Let's see.
it's a lesser action to stand up and it's a lesser action to move. So you could get up and then move, try and get away from him.
Right. Well, I'm going to assume that having almost all of your hit points taken out one thing kind of leaves you not in a good space, but running around, not so spring chickeny.
Fun fact:
she's
it
gonna
doesn't
just
actually
try to-
it doesn't actually mechanically impact you until
No, not but I feel like that's doesn't seem realistic.
It's one of those. It's one of
she's
those
gonna
things.
just try to.
It's from me as a game player and designer point of view. It's like you have created a system where wounds and injuries are a major impact part of the game to keep you standing. But if you don't have any of those and you've just taken hit point damage and you are bleeding out, there is no mechanical penalty.
I am going to. I can't take that one.
You can dodge.
Yeah, I'll probably take the dodge actions. What I'll do.
You can agility dodge.
Let me see.
And that will replace your combat defense until the start of your next turn.
Oh, well, that's probably actually quite bad. So I won't do that because that'll probably be just worse. So I'm going to call out, um, Sally, get the boys away from here. I'm going to try to go and be quite heroic so that when I get murdered, everyone will know that I was murdered in a heroic way trying to save my children. Because I can't roll in my agility. If my physical defense is a 9, and the average roll I'd make would also be a 9, so it's not going to be that's probably not a good idea. So I'm going to go and make a good persuasive roll to try to make sure that my boys are safe, to persuade the crowd, as it were, and be a good martyr. So I'd like to make a persuasion roll to make sure that
I will even give you
I
will even give you 2 bonus dice to this persuasion roll, whichever specialization you wish to use, because
convince.
Okay.
Persuasion, convince. 19.
19. Describe to me this heroic moment as this guy apparently decided to watch Dirty Harry one too many times and is standing over you with a Colt. Excuse me, not a Colt, a 45, and is just going, which, funnily enough, should have done a shit ton more damage to you. And is just
I would not have, if that was an actual like 45, I would say that was not a medium crossbow.
No,
That's
but it's not. He's got the 45 in his hand, but his service revolver isn't actually a 45. No one was actually issued a 45 as a service revolver, regardless of what Dirty Harry would tell you.
Because we could do the higher damage if he were wielding a 45.
No, he's got one. He's gesturing with it, but he hasn't actually fired it. A 45 is also not really a stealth, quote-unquote, weapon, and his first attack was stealthy.
Dual wielding.
Yeah, he's got one that he's gesturing with in his hand, and he's got his service revolver in his right hand that is much more an actual weapon that he's going to use. It doesn't look to the audience looking at this, if you are aware of weapons and guns, you would notice that the safety's on the 45.
I'm crawling back, and I called back out, and I was like, Sally, get the boys away. Boys, I love you. This is what happens when there's lawlessness. Even our own police forces are corrupted.
You're a lying, snake-eyed, vile little bitch.
I'm just proving myself right here. This is right because I'm probably wearing white, so I'm covered in blood, and it's
What,
very
after
dramatic
Labor
looking.
Day?
I look very.
Cream.
It's an off-white. It's an off-white.
Cream.
It's a nice sort of cream, like a winter white, as it were. With blood everywhere, I look very dramatic, and I look like quite the noble and honorable victim of tremendous and awful and terrible violence, whose only thoughts were the safety of the people at this church and also her children. And I want to sort of, call out to make sure that the people here are safe. Get away. He's a madman. And I want to make sure that I just look with that 19, just the picture of self-sacrifice and bravery and honor and duty, the most sympathetic possible.
He gonna shoot you again.
Mm-hmm.
And an 11 is only 1 degree of success.
Mm-hmm.
Damage.
Huh? Oh, yes.
That's correct.
Damage.
No, I thought you were defending yourself. Oh, no. I do have advantage, don't I? No. Oh, the damage is going to be 4 damage. Sorry.
Yeah.
I misheard what you were saying. I was like very confused for a second. 4 damage. So, are you still standing, or are you taking a wound, an injury?
Oh, I will.
Die heroically.
I will take the wound because I want him to be seen shooting an unarmed woman on the ground multiple times. This, I think, will be very important. Because I also imagine that there is this press here, of course, because I'm a U.S. representative and I always make sure there's a good photo ops at all times and places. So I imagine this is going to be
that was
recorded.
That was the previous role for the reputation. That's why I needed that. So yes, there is a press here, and yes, this gentleman is very loudly proclaiming your vile, evil nature, how you've ruined his life, how you've claimed and put the stigma of, otherness upon him when he was a good, God-fearing human. You've ruined his marriage. You've ruined his job. He accuses you of sleeping with his sister's husband.
Yes, I pray for him.
This man is beyond.
Yes.
And he's gonna shoot you a 3rd time.
He can continue to shoot me because it looks like nobody's going to try to stop him.
Well,
so he can shoot me until
I can tell you right now that there are people who are going to attempt to stop him, and actually, it's the first 2 rounds were automatic because you didn't do anything. The 3rd round, he is going to attempt
I use my persuasion to go and influence the crowd.
You got the persuasion for the influence the crowd to run away.
To keep everybody safe.
Yeah.
And also all that's been recorded on camera, that how heroic I was.
So he's going to try and shoot you a 3rd time, but the local city police who had heard the shot and had come down the road are going to try and intervene at this point. And if anybody else in the neighborhood wants to do anything, I will let you take an action if it is your choice. Though I don't think either Roe or the Gwillams attend the Baptist church.
No, they do not.
I'm actually on the opposite side of the neighborhood because I'm over at the Father's church.
Oh, talking with him
over there. Yeah,
we'll come back to that in a minute because I don't need to know.
So that was 4 damage, right?
Yeah, 4 damage.
Yeah.
The first was 8, and the second is 4.
I will take an injury on both of those.
Okay.
Which will so the first one was 8, that brings it out to a 5, and the second one was 4, which brings that down to a 1. So that's a total of 6. All right. Taking injuries first.
Yeah, I was like,
and I'm getting shot, and I just want I am milking this one for all of it is worth. I'm going to come out of this and get all sorts of legislation passed.
Well, he's going to shoot you a 3rd time, and the city cop is going to try and intervene. So the first roll is for the shooter and our officer Trooper Henry, and so that's 9. So that would be a single degree of success, and the Second roll is for the cop to see if he can intervene. And unfortunately, he will not beat. He has gotten there. It's one of those. The car pulls up. The sirens are going. The cop car pulls up. The passenger, the officer on the passenger side, has got the door open and is running at the shooter and goes to tackle the shooter, which is what you want to do in this situation to kind of ensure. He sees the gun raised. He doesn't want to just shoot randomly at possible civilians. He wants to take the shooter out. He wants to go, and it's a real good run, but he's going to get there and just as he fires the gun a third time and is going to try and shift to turn toward, just shifts, just timing's just a little bit off. He doesn't beat the officer's combat defense, but he needed one more to do it. So that's another 4 damage. Are you
Which I'll
breathing?
take my third injury.
You take your third injury?
Absolutely.
All right, so now we've got Officer 1. Second officer is a little more heavy-set gentleman. He's the, we've seen him around the city a little bit. He's a little bit, and it took him a little bit longer to get out of the car. Let's be honest. Running is not something he does a lot of. These are not Starsky and Hutch. So the officer is going to attempt to disarm the shooter. The shooter, and he does not. He needs a 12. And the shooter is going to attempt. He is going to just he's hyper focused and he is not well.
I'm going to stand up, like stagger to my feet, and face him with the most bravery. Again, I'm getting all the photo ops for this moment.
He's going to try and shoot you again.
And I'm going to say, I pray for you and your wickedness.
Go to hell, bitch. Ooh, a 16. So that's 2 degrees of success. That's 8.
8.
How we looking?
And let me see. I think what I can do, because I have my plan, is because I can still take wounds.
Yes, you can still take. You can take as many wounds. Wounds will not heal, but yes, you can take wounds.
Oh, wounds do heal. They just take a while.
They just take a while.
They do take a while.
What I think I'm going to do, actually, is burn 1 destiny point to make it look like I'm dead, and everyone's going to think I'm dead, but I'm not dead. Because that's what's in the rules.
You're going to fake your death. Ooh.
No, I'm not actually faking my death. It's you spend it. So, like, I'm dead, but the destiny point says that I actually am not dead. It's not like I intentionally, as a PC.
You can burn a destiny point to cheat death.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm like, okay, but what I'm understanding is, like, you are not actually dead. Is this your intention as I'm sorry, I misspoke. We are cheating death. That's fine. And you want everybody to believe you are dead.
Well, as a player, I'm spending the destiny point. Right. But what happens is she gets shot, she's down, everyone thinks, oh, she's dead. I, as a player, spend the destiny point, so she is not dead.
Yeah, so she's not dead. That's okay. I'm okay with this. I'm just want to make sure.
But she is not herself lying. She's not being like, oh, I'm going to fake my death. Yeah.
Okay. It is just the appearance of she looks like she's dead, but isn't actually, because everybody is right now focused on the fact that there's this gunman who's shooting and they need to deal with this situation. And hopefully she doesn't bleed out before she gets to the hospital,
Well, that's what the destiny point's
That's
for.
what the destiny point. I'm going with the narrative. We know you're not going to die.
Yeah. But it's going to be reported that she's dead for a bit, and that's going to be very dramatic when she comes back with all of her goodwill to do evil.
Like I said, you a vile bitch. We love you.
That's right. So that person has absolutely no manners, and it's all recorded. The way that she prayed for him, made sure that all the children, all the other people were safe, the way that she stood up bravely before she got shot down that one last time. And so when she comes back, well, it's going to be amazing.
We'll come
I've
back.
got a question.
Yes.
What's the nearest hospital? Is it the VA?
No, theirs would be Savannah. Well, there are 2 hospitals in Savannah. There's the VA, and then there's Okay, so fun fact: The nice thing about having this be on a knowing exactly
she took
where
3 bullets.
she
It's
took 3
very
bullets,
dramatic.
and I know exactly where this well, technically the closest hospital is Gateway Behavioral Health Crisis Center, but you ain't going there. No, it's Memorial. And its Memorial is across here. It's literally because it's the VA is a little further. Yeah, but Memorial is this big hospital downtown, and where you all are is actually really close to, well, not close to downtown, which is the historic center. This is the new build area, and this is, it's right across Harriet Tubman Parkway. It's a huge university hospital that's there. And so it's Memorial Health. It's a really big hospital complex. So, the university hospital would be the closest place that you're going to be taken. But it is reported on the news that there has been a shooting. The gunman is going to be, because you are no longer involved, let's see what happens to the gunman. So the first attempt by more portly individual is going, he will succeed in tackling. It took him a bit to get there, but the man was a linebacker for a reason when he was playing that college football, and it just go boom, pound him into the ground. The other officer is actually going to attempt to sit, pull, the two of them are going to wrestle the guy to the ground, get him handcuffed, and then start calling for emergency medical services to come bring you to the hospital. What I want is for Roe and the Gwillem, or the Walters and the Gwillems, to give me an answer to this question. It's going to be reported on the news. It's going to be out on the radio in a minute. It's going to be real loud, because you know that there are those skimmers who are listening to the police radio every single day in a city like Savannah. Hawkeye, remind me I have to do something at the end of this stream. Remind me about that. But, exactly. He might be a little slower, but when he gets going, the man is still a power. And it's one of those, you realize that he's not actually overweight. He's still built like a football player. He still trains like a football player.
As son of law enforcement, as well as somebody who does martial artists, there's the out of shape guys, and then there's the unfair guys. The big men that move fast, and it's just, no, that just ain't right.
Look, and realistically, the longest time it took him was actually to get the car door and get out the car, which is more about fighting with the steering wheel in a standard police vehicle, which everybody has to fight with because those things don't move. All right, so the Walters, you hear on the radio, this just in, shooting at Bethel Baptist. Actually, no, wait, there is a Baptist church right here. I need to know what it is. Yes. Oh, Lord, this makes it even better. Okay, so right over where you all would be is it's District Southern. Yes. Sorry. It's the Army Field. I want this clever. This stupid. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It is moving and finding the right place. It is a, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Making sure we're on the right side of the road. It is not the Catholic Diocese of Savannah. The Brownsville Baptist Church. Either Brownsville or no, probably not Brownsville actually. Southside Baptist Church. Be either Southside or St. John's. It would not be Brownsville. I'm sorry. Susie Masters is not the right color to be in Brownsville.
No.
It's geographically
Also,
would
she
be one of the
wouldn't
closest.
go there.
It's would be geographically one of the closest, but it is not. It would be Southside. So Southside Baptist Church, there has been a shooting reported at Southside Baptist Church. One individual wounded and being taken to University Medical Center Hospital. It is Mrs. Mrs. Susie, there's this pause, Masters Smith. At this time, we do not know the severity of Representative Smith's injuries. We do know that a single shooter is in custody. We are waiting for further reports. Eyewitnesses at the at the church state that Mrs. Smith has been was murdered on the front steps. She died valiantly defending her children and the children of the parish. Not the parish. Congregation. They would not make the mistake I did. Her death is being reported at this moment. Although we have no confirmation from any reputable from any police force or Mrs. Smith's personal security. This is now playing on every radio station in Savannah. What are you doing?
Ro would have been hanging out with Father Fitzryan, and as soon as that starts playing, I'm like, as you know, I before it gets to the name of like who it is, because at this point I just think it's someone random. I'll be like, a shooting at a church. Who would have thought? What kind of madman? And then it's Representative Susie Master Smith. I'm like, oh no, I understand that one. Still a shame. Now, if it would live or die, she's gonna be a fucking martyr. What an annoyance. Sorry, Father. I know all life is precious, but like, you know, some of it might not be as precious.
There's a very long pause where he says nothing.
And look at him. Like I was probably messing with something in the background when we heard it. Probably messing with the thing so like it would come out clearer, the knobs. And then when he doesn't speak for a while, I turn around and I look at him because it's like a wee joke. And I'm like, I didn't think that one went too far. And so I turn and then look at him to like try and gauge.
You can roll
like,
awareness
did I
empathy.
insult him?
You can roll awareness empathy.
Like, awareness. I'm like, did I insult this man? Do I need to apologize? It's gonna pain my soul to apologize about calling Susie anything but a good. I rolled 4 ones.
You did.
In that.
Wow.
I rolled a 6 and 4 ones.
You can spend a destiny point to give yourself a +5. I don't think you have to burn that. I think you can spend it.
Just for me, I don't think I need it for the roll, but for me, PB, I need to re-roll this, so I will spend the point for my own destiny.
There's
There we go.
17.
I don't think.
That's a little better.
I don't think. Wait, I don't think there is a re-roll. I think that you can add a bonus.
No, you can spend a
You can.
destiny.
You can. I just checked. I think you can automatically succeed in a test.
Let's check.
As this, yeah.
So there are
Page,
so there are
46.
burns, and then there are spends.
Spends.
Mhm. And
You
burning,
can
you
s-
never get back. but
Burning, you
spend,
never get back. Burning, you just you burn a destiny point, you never get it back. You add a +5. You can spend it to add
Yep.
another dice to the roll, or you can
Mhm.
spend it to add a detail on the scene to help you with this. I would say that you could add it to the dice to the roll. So just re-roll it.
You actually can.
A
You don't get to add a
56.
dice. You can get a bonus die, or you can turn one of your.
It's
bonus
plus
die
one.
to a test die.
It's 1B test, 1D to one test die. One bonus die.
Yeah, one bonus die.
A test die.
So something to replace
Yeah.
one of those ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll a d6 of 3.
Yeah.
So add 2 more
13 is
12.
better than 10.
Yeah.
So that's a 12. That's a 12.
12 is better.
12,
better.
yeah.
12 is better than 10.
But you get your the destiny points that you spend, you get back after you have a milestone.
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
I mark that down.
If you
for
burn them, you don't
later.
get them back.
if you burn them, you never get them back unless you are gifted a destiny point
Buy a new one.
to get a new one for some,
Or you can. They cost 50 XP. You could buy a new one.
He does not answer, and the look on his face when you see him is one of the, and he's looking at not so much you, but the radio itself, right?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
does Rose speak Latin?
I'm gonna say I don't speak Latin, but I feel like I've been around the Father long enough that I've picked up some key words, mostly the curses.
Yes,
But,
that is very fair. I mean, it's, to be fair, the fact that Latin doesn't have a 4-letter curse word, it has lots more fun things to say about somebody.
Often
I haven't
swung.
known him for like I don't know. It's been like 20 something years I've known him. I feel like I've picked up a few things.
What he says is, those who consort with, no, he wouldn't phrase it that way. What he says is, maledictus, well, the translation is, the one who casts a maledictus brings curses upon themselves. Kinslaying is a curse. But he doesn't say it in English, he says it in Latin. And my brain is broken, and I would have had this written down if I had thought about it. But I didn't. And I can't translate on the fly
So,
right now.
I'll probably like pick up like maledictus, because I feel that one's like a gimme, and like the word for curse.
It would be maledictus incendere gensus. Incendare. And
So I feel like,
it literally you would get the impression that it would be a maledictus kinslayer. Or maledictus on the kinslayer? Or maybe the curse for kinslaying? You're not 100% sure.
And like I stop and I look at him for a while he's being very serious about the moment.
But he doesn't make eye contact with you, he only looks at the radio.
Yeah. And I hold for like a moment and then like another moment, but before it gets awkward, I'll be like, "You good, Father?"
Yes. I don't think she'd be appreciating my presence and prayers. Usually the Baptist folks seem to think I'm an evil, vile representative of Satan.
Which means that you're you're doing a good job. living on the right side of the world. And, you know, Father, last time I heard you really get all serious, was that time, what was it, like 8 years ago now? 6 years ago? When we,
7, but yes.
7? When we went over, it's okay. Ro forgets everything all the time anyways. When we went to go visit the old Master Smith's house. You never did tell me what went down over there.
You should get home to your wife. I think that'd be a wise, grand idea. And he kind of like subtly pushes you out the door.
As, you know, subtly with the father.
Yeah, there's not. It's not really
that.
subtle. It's not really subtle.
No. It's like, Father, has anyone ever told you need to work on your subtlety?
I'm an Irishman. Subtlety isn't really something we do.
And I'll laugh on my own way out. And it's like, you know, next time you could just say you don't want to talk about it, but I'll see you next week, Father.
Maybe consult with some specialists. And he closes the door.
I'll flip him off, but and then I'll keep on walking to my car and get back home and see how Linda's doing, and see the chaos that might be going down in the court.
And before we end, we're going to go over to the Gwillums and see what they're doing. As this news report goes over the radio.
So, we're going to do a little montage. In the background, you can't always get what you want begins playing. And like Apollo is like making his way to driving in the E-Type off to the family manor. Mercer just looks at the radio, sighs. Mikey is lounging in his office, listening to the radio, and just keeping his fingers crossed. But as the car pulls up to the manor, and Apollo walks up, opens the door. Somebody who's been in DC for a decade is the one that answers. Dante's in town. And that's where we're ending.
And the door opens and we see the frame cut. The camera cuts from the image of Apollo knocking on the door, standing on the step, to the door opening. And then the camera pivots to show Dante in the door frame. And then as the curtain fades, just as the curtain fades to black and the credits start to roll, there's an in-cut scene right in the middle of the credits, which did happen on occasion in certain soap operas. And you just see a hospital bed with Susie Masters Smith laying on the bed, and you see the surgeons rapidly trying to heal her and trying to help her. And then you just see this brief moment of the camera pulling back, and you see this defeatist attitude of one of the nurses, and then just the slightest beep, beep, beep on the heart monitor. And that's where we're going to end for tonight. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to my wonderful audience for sticking with us, and I apologize again for the horrible, complicated tech issues we've been having the last couple weeks. Thank you to my fabulous players for sticking with this story. Also, thank you so much for this just juicy soap opera moment that is this entire session, and I loved every single minute of it. And I want to go around and let each of you share something you enjoyed about tonight, share some love about with your fellow players, share where we can find you during the week, and what you are most looking forward to in 1978, aside from me with Farrah Fawcett hair. I mean, that was a given. Now you have to make other choices. So why don't we start with PB? Hello, how are you doing this evening?
Hi, hello, I'm doing well. I'm PB from my PB Plays Inside. You can find me on all social medias, though I'm most active over on Blue Sky nowadays. And I also have a Twitch channel. God, I feel like I haven't done this in years. I also have yeah, I have a Twitch channel, PB Plays Inside. Still a little bit on a hiatus. Had some health issues, whatever. Still not done with Baldur's Gate. We're almost there. And I am. Oh God, what a good episode! Just a lot of iconic moments. I feel like in this episode. Just like the just face off between just Susie and Apollo. That was great. Having like an actual, angel who was there, big Aslan moment, don't tell me like I was there when it was written. Like that was such a wonderful moment. I absolutely loved it. It was just eating it all up. And I also love Isabella Hall and just the wino aunt. I just amazing 10 out of 10 decision. I adore it. And yeah, I am looking forward to giving you guys a more accurate number of how many key parties we've been to.
That will be very interesting to see in 1978. You get to do all of that math and not me. Hi, Pope, how are you?
Dreading math. Everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on all the social medias. If you want to see more of this silly face, because we do business and we love, tune in tomorrow night over on Wandering DM for some more Montreal by Night, where uh, people I play who make even worse decisions than the Golems. So yeah, no, definitely want to tune in and check that out, and the ramifications of dire mistakes and desires. Um, I I am thrilled with tonight. This like it makes so much damn sense looking back that like the early episodes, the early season, that felt very like if Band of Brother the people behind Band of Brothers were making sort of a urban fantasy show, like a period piece, because that felt very much like a period piece. Now that we're in the 70s, this this feels like a soap. We have gone from like a historical slice of life but urban fantasy to full on soap now. It's the 70s. It makes all the sense in the world that 75 is like, okay, we're in the soaps now. And like we got our starchy and clutch moment. um like it it had everything. Like this was a very 70s episode. Like we may not be dressed up in the tan brown leather jackets or the absurd sunglasses and everything being orange. But it was very, very 70s. Like I can even see in that cut in scene the green linoleum tile of the hospital. Like that was just absolutely beautiful. I mean, we have that entire blip moment. It's so good. Um, and whether it's PB with the Walters doing this sort of changing pace in this era, going from you know slow burn assassination to now a whispers campaign. Like for a long time, it's just been very slow, very set up. But the concubusness of the Walters family is now coming to the fore and is starting to be featured, and I am all here for this. I'm also all here for like these families that have global sort of fingers in the pot, whether it's the Jadajas, what are the Eldridges going to do now that this has all happened? Like there's a lot of ramifications, and yeah, I have to echo PB. I love Wine Mom Hall. Thank you so much, props for that, as well as just like again allowing me to be my absolute worst, and I'm just going to take this poor young man that has been beset by this political woman and just ruin your life for my own personal ends. Um, because I'm a fucking demon. Um, it it just it's easy. Because Mikey is about what's easy. And then again, Trooper, just you have gone beyond Joffrey. You have just in the moment staring down death. It wasn't life Susie was clinging to. It was spite. It was it was only spite, and it is spite that has kept her alive. And I am so filled with hate and rage.
Vulpes is correct. Susie is Cersei and Joffrey rolled into one.
Yeah, the hate, rage, flames, sign on my face. I just and we're going to have to live with Susie Master Smith for 3 more years. 3 more years of her doing significant, horrific damage. Because I'm sorry, folks, that legislation passes. She lives through this. There is a greater than 60% chance she parlays this into a Senate run and gets elected. We are in terrible danger. And you better tune in next week to see how it plays out. Thank you all so much for being here. We're live on YouTube. A story is nothing without its audience. We're much part of this as we are. Take care of yourselves and one another. See you soon.
Thank you, Pope. And last but not least, every good soap needs a good villainess. Thank you for being this season's villainess, Trooper. And of course, the hissing is required when you say that.
So exciting. I'm very excited for our house rolls today, so we can figure out what we can invest in next time. So let me see. Hey everybody, I'm Super SJP. I was playing Susie Masters Smith, and in the background, her sister and her boys who do, I mean, they're still 12. They won't be 12 next time we come around. It'll be a little bit different, but hey. you can find me on my channel. You can find me Monday, tomorrow, hanging out with Prax and Pope doing some vampire things. That'll be lovely over at Wandering Games channel. Next Friday at 7 p.m. on my channel, Eastern, we'll be back with the Gamblers, and my understanding is that they're going to go and try to mess with drugs, and we're going to just find out what that happens. They're going to hit a new planet, and then we'll be back again on Sunday in a week for this moment. And I am going to just say, I was like, ooh, I'm going to get shot. Nice. I'm going to make sure we roll it all out. I want to get shot multiple times in public in front of everybody. And I'm going to go and make myself look really good. And then I'm going to burn a destiny point, which means I'm not going to die, which means I'm going to be able to come back from that rising like a phoenix from the flame. If you strike me down, I'll become even more powerful and stronger. And I'm going to use all of that to my evil who shot JR advantage. Being shot in public at church in front of the children is the best thing that will ever have happened to Susie Masters. And I specifically took injuries, not wounds, so I'll be able to be back up in fighting form. I'll still have injuries to look really good, but I won't have any long-term wounds. And yeah, I'm so excited for what this means for Susie and her plans to make the world a better place. And
See,
Pardon me,
Trooper,
but
Trooper, I was preparing something in particular, and you spent that destiny point. I was like, ooh, but you announced it out loud because I wanted to have my JR moment. And then make everybody suffer, admittedly only a week and not a full summer.
Yeah.
But it's
and
okay.
We're still suffering.
you know, well, yeah, they're still suffering. But I want to give my love to well, Pope for his evilness, PB for her evilness. We have just the best evilnesses all around, and I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh gosh, they're so great. All of the scheming, also Musgrove, the scheming. Oh, I have the best fellow schemers right now, and I cannot wait. For the next step of the madness. You know what I mean? Like the madness. Oh, it's epic.
I did see that, Hawkeye. I was waiting for them to finish, but yes, Hawkeye, you did remind me something. And I will gift you this, because I am an Agnes girl. And Hub Sings were a thing that we did. And there are quite a few songs that we know, including this one. I met a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech. He took me to the varsity and taught me how to neck, and now I am the mother of a bouncing baby engineer. If you don't know what that's from, enjoy, go look it up. There are 6 other verses, and no, I'm not going to sing them all. But thank you for putting that in my head, Hawkeye. I really do appreciate you. I also appreciate you, Hawkeye, for those wonderful ad reads that you give us in the middle of every session. It is so fabulous. It helps establish the world and gives us more depth. I also give you a big shout out for your daughter, Bonnie, who did some great add-ins to this week's, and we love all of this and love you for this. As for me, hi everybody. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you for being here tonight. You can find me on Twitter at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter, or Prax the Bard over on Instagram, Hive, Blue Sky, which I guess I should finally figure out that platform too, and or Praxagorth has me for you. See me around here on Twitch. Oh no, Bonnie is next week. Sorry, Bonnie is next week. I heard them during the break, y'all. That's what it was me. I was like, which ones are they playing? Oh no, Bonnie is next week, and we'll get excited for that for next week. All those other voices were Hawkeye with a voice mod. That is impressive, and we appreciate you so much for that. But I am me, where you can find me tomorrow with Pope and Trooper. And I would like to point out that it might finally, maybe, possibly be time to say they fucked around and found out, and now it might actually be what will occur might be retribution from a Ravnos. So technically, it might be Ravnos's fault. Maybe. possibly maybe in I don't know. We'll be back here on Sunday for some more Carousel Court, because I love these players and I love this story and I love this every moment that we get to build. I love the little things that kind of a lot of people would gloss over. But Ro Walter's friendship with this Irish priest that is just perfect, and I love every minute of it. I also love Linda Walters is now becoming friends with all of the ladies at the hair salon. And y'all, if you know how important it is to get your hair done once a week. You gotta get your hair did. It's an important thing, and so much information is passed at a woman's hair salon. No, Krellin, I don't admit it. I said it might be. That's a subjunctive. It's a possibility of a negative implied in that as well. It is not a positive indicative statement of whether or not it is the Ravnos' fault. I also loved the moment of Pope's face in two things. One, when Isabel Hall was like, nah, man, I'm not taking any shit from any guy. I'm in the middle of this fight and I'm going to continue this fight. And now I'm going to buy you a drink. I was like, that was perfect. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I also appreciate giving me an assassination attempt. That was not on the docket for tonight, but it was great. And it was like, yes, you're going to manipulate this poor state cop. Here, he's going to shoot somebody. It's great. Thank you, Trooper, for embracing your villain side for this arc. We love every minute of it. I have a couple things that are going to happen because I have to write up some history, because yes, this legislation is going to pass. Yes, Susie Master Smith is going to have her martyr tour. She's not going to get to run for governor because the timing will be wrong. A certain peanut farmer, however, is about to become president of the United States.
Yeah, but I think a Senate race, she could probably be senator by the time we come back.
We might see if she's a senator. We'll have to see. I might see about that. But I love every minute of this game. I love that you all are embracing this little drama of ours and that you are here every week. And yes, 72 and 75 will be going up this week. I will conquer the rendering gods and technology will not defeat me. If you missed out, there is, however, merch. And I mention this because the merch helps support the channel, and it also helps me get all of the hardware and all of these things that I can help run this game. And there is now new stickers and mugs for Vampires for Nixon. So you too can support, be part of the Vampires for Nixon political party. I'm just saying that those
For the record, we're coming back in 78, right?
Yes.
78 is the gubernatorial election.
Mm-hmm. And there's a reason why there's a complication in the Georgia election for 1978.
Others?
No. It actually is. There's an actual historical event that occurs in the 1977, 78 that makes the Georgia governor election really complicated. Aside from the fact of the former governor running for president, as in he was literally the governor and then just chose to run for president. By the way, it's his birthday today, and he made it to 99. Happy birthday, former Mr. President Carter. We hope that you and your wife have a good day.
It says here that the person who won, Busby, was the incumbent because this was the first time a governor of Georgia was reelected for a second 4-year term under the amendment that made to the Constitution in '66. So we had Busby. This is second time winning.
Busby gets elected. Busby gets elected. 66 is the first time, because previously to that you could not run 2 consecutive terms. You had to take a break, and that's why certain people were not reelected. But Busby runs and he gets reelected. There will be other things, and we'll talk about them. But we are going to go because it is quite late, and we are here. And I appreciate each and every one of you. If you also want to, the other way you can support the channel is, hey, there's a Ko-Fi for that. Again, all of it goes back to supporting the channel. And again, thank you all for being here. And I will say, keep an eye out on the social medias and here on the channel, because there will be an event coming up in the near future that is very near and dear to my heart, that I want to share with all of you, and I hope that you will get my support, because we like to support charity on this channel. Just a little hint. But we're gonna see if there's anybody still awake. And the answer is no. So we're all gonna go home and go to bed and let you all get some rest, and we'll see you next time, everybody. Bye-bye.